you want it. Want is a desire, is an interest. It's like a craving. It's like a craving. A craving lasts a couple of times or hours. It's not permanent. You could be at work, you'll be like, I'm craving noodles badly. You know, and some things could happen. You get home, and you know, one thing about craving is that maybe usually you take only 2 packs of noodles, the small one. You take 2, but due to the fact that you're craving, you feel that okay, this thing is shocking me. You know, I want it. I want more of it. You make 3, right? On consuming it, there's what we call the law of diminishing marginal utility. On consuming it, on successive unit of consumption, you reach a point, what we call saturation points, where when you keep consuming, the rest is no longer needed. Your body will tell you that, oh boy, oh girl, you are full. It's enough. And now we relate this back to the topic of today, the corporate reality of the average Nigerian student. We all know that there's a common statement we say, all fingers are not equal. That's very clear. Let us apply it to this, the no chicken theory. Right? So we're going to apply this to this. You know, when we talk about economics, because I'm directing this to economics as well, we talk about the study of human behavior relative to spending, relative to the economy, how humans react. I remember coming down with a friend from church today, and while coming from church, we're literally counting the numbers of G-Wagons. We're not counting just cars. We're counting G-Wagons we're seeing along the way. And not exaggerating, I think we counted more than 10 in the same lane. And it was like, oh boy, people there. Then I said something to him. The fact that we counted more than 10 G-Wagons doesn't mean that those who are riding Camry are not also having a destination or are not living a proper life. This is how we react to many things. The corporate reality of the average Nigerian student lays focus on how the student reacts to the economy placed in front of him or her. That most students will make, then in school we can use 20,000 naira to go to the market, we can buy soup, we can do this, we can do that. And now, that same 20,000 naira, what can he do? What problems can he solve? And all of that. Now, the Nigerian students have indirectly applied the no chicken theory for a very long time. Like I said, indirectly. You know, when you tell somebody the no chicken theory, you'll be like, what are you saying? But that has been a lifestyle. That was even my lifestyle at school. Then at school, because you see, there are some things we want to do. Maybe if you are with 15K, you want to make a proper jollof rice or fried rice. I know that, okay, if you buy chicken or some kind of beef or some kind of thing, you're going to pass your budget. What are you going to do? You cut it out, but you still eat that rice. The no chicken theory. The absence of luxury, yet enjoying yourself. But then there's a problem. There's a problem. You know, couple of students, some persons cannot cope. Some persons cannot manage. Some persons lack financial management. Some persons lack financial management, and it becomes a problem for them because they'll be like, okay, for me to eat jollof rice, definitely I must buy chicken. I must buy this. I don't really care. I need to spend. I need to, you know, all die and I die, and all of that. You know, but at the end of the day, the reality is that after enjoying yourself, you have nothing to yourself. I remember then, while serving at my PPA then last year as an ex-corporate then, Nigerian University Secondary School Ojo, I was taking them economics and I was literally teaching utility, the need of satisfaction. So I introduced the no chicken theory too. And I was telling them that, okay, that I noticed something, that in the talk shop, I saw 2 guys, friends, went to the talk shop to get something. One was buying stuff, egg roll, ice cream. He was literally buying a huge number of things. And his other friend was just there. He was like, oh boy, pick something now, buy something. This one just the look or care about. But now he's saying buy something. Not like he wants to give him money to buy. But you're just telling him buy something. Now to his friend, spending, buying multiple things during break is a normal lifestyle. But his friend doesn't understand the reality of his other friend. That okay, the reason why I'm not buying what you're buying is because I don't have it. I cannot eat into my transport. Because now, this one can blow 2K during break time, but we still have transport. Or his dad might even come and pick him. But the reality of an average student, you know that 2K is your transport for 2 weeks. You cannot try it. So as you are spending, you are calculating, you are checking. It is common among many of us. Some of you are going on dates. You're talking to girl you like, and you definitely decide to meet up and all of that, possibly restaurants, and you really don't have much. But definitely there's no way to turn it down. And you have skilled everywhere, Ikeja, everywhere. And you say, okay, this is a suitable place to take this girl to. I'm very sure that as you are spending, as you are doing withdrawals with their POS, you are calculating. Medicine will go pass because you watch plates, right? So the corporate reality of the average Nigerian student or an average Nigerian is clearly the no chicken theory, right? We should apply it not just for students, we should apply it everywhere you go, and that is contentment. Honestly, some things shouldn't even baffle you that okay, you don't have. It is contentment because you know that you are coping. And some of your friends that after leaving this place, they will just book ride. Ride is 15,000 Uber, but you don't have it. You know that okay, if you do this thing, like your next 5 working days will tell on you. No chicken theory. What does no chicken theory say? The absence of luxury, but still living, still enjoying. Therefore, downfall is there. Cut transport, still maintain. But the problem we have today is that many Nigerians still chooses to, live to a standard, and that leads to high criminal rates. High criminal rates. High criminal rate on a very, very high level. And, sometimes we say, there are no jobs, people are stealing. Sometimes let us not address stealing to there are no jobs. We should address stealing to attitudes of persons. Some humans are not just good, sorry to say. We should address stealing to the attitude of persons. Some people don't want to learn. So we should apply this to our everyday life. You are in a room filled with persons or seminar, or you went to visit friends, and definitely all of you are complaining of data, it's too expensive, and this month is going to finish, and your friends say, I do 5K weekly. I do 5K per day. And you know that if you do that 5K, it's going to tell on you. Just do what you can do. That is why if you look at the systems of how the world operates, of how the economy operates, there's always something for everyone. Not every school has 2,500,000 as school fees. Right? We have schools that they are still paying 20,000 as school fees. Find your size and go to. But the problem with many Nigerians is that you don't have. You have skilled yourself. Even without needing any statement of account from the bank. You know that you don't have. But you still put yourself in there. And what does it bring about? High criminal rates. You'll be left in debt. Always borrowing. Always fixing yourself on loans. Pay easy money, calling you anyhow. You not wanting to pick us. You borrow from here. Whereas this problem can be solved using the no chicken theory. So today, I'm encouraging all of you, all fingers are not equal. It is clear, it is factual. Young or old, we have an active work population, an active workforce right? Which we call the independent population, from 18 to 45. Very active workforce. They generate a lot, right? Now, if you see that you don't have, you put yourself to a compartment. You apply the no chicken theory. It's a principle of living. It's not just an economic principle. It's a principle of living. It's a style, right? And the point is, people say, oh, it's broke people that have the no chicken theory. Is this? Is that? You won't always remain that way, but you are better off when you apply financial intelligence, when you understand financial management. Let us always apply this to our everyday life, right? There are some core members that we have majority, 80% of our population are core members, right? And put it to you all that the alawi you receive 77k, right? There are some core members, your fellow core members in your PPA, in your CDS, who have not touched their own. It is trash for them. Like, it's just there. They don't know what it looks like. But you, there is you that you receive. You be praying, God, please. You know, when will you pay alawi again? And all of that. But them, they don't care. It is very clear, all fingers are not equal. And now you look at this core member, this person in your CDS, who applies life this way. And you look at your own self. You should see that, you should not understand that there should be different routes of life. There should be different patterns. There should be different principles. You should do things differently. Right? You should do you know that, okay, this person, it is very clear, this person is not on the same level as myself. So today I encourage you core members, I encourage you working class persons, the active workforce we have around here, because definitely everybody here is above 18 or 18, right? I encourage you to apply the no chicken theory if you know you're not on a level. And especially, fun fact is that the current economy has made some persons more poor. There's something I always tell my students then. There's nothing like poor, average, and rich, right? It's either rich or poor, and I will explain. When you are rich in Nigeria now, it means it is likable to assets. When I mean rich, we're talking about Tony Olivelu, we're talking about, yes, these men are wealthy. That's what I will explain. Right? Now let us come about poor. Poor can be in two phases. I classify them in two phases. We have poor phase 1, poor phase 2. Poor phase 1 is what we call formally average Nigerians, who do the normal things, who live the normal life. And the other one is wretched. You know, because that is what the economy has turned people today. Some persons cannot afford, even people that even during Buhari's time, they were paying a little or no amount of rent, 50k per year. Those same persons cannot afford that 50k per year again, even when the rent remains unchanged. So today I encourage you all, if you know you are building a capital lifestyle, a lifestyle for yourself for growth, documented growth. A growth can be direct, a growth can be documented. Documented growth, knowing that it's poco a poco, little by little, following the process. I encourage you to use the no chicken theory as a day-to-day rule. Apply it to your life. The no chicken theory is crucial. The no chicken theory is pivotal. The no chicken theory will save you from a whole lot of mess. The no chicken theory will build you better. And as I plan to wind up, to the average Nigerian students, so a Nigerian student currently taking WAEC to get into school, all persons hearing our voices on this massive challenge, I encourage you all that at this juncture, economics is not to be ignored in your day-to-day life. You can't ignore it. Whatever you are studying, whatever you think of studying, you need to understand the dynamics of economics and how you can apply it to your day-to-day life. The practical style of applying economics in your day-to-day life. Some of us did economics in school. I know many times you know, like it was not, it bore us, it was not interesting to us. But as it stands now, as core members, as average, as Nigerians, as working class, right? The active population work for us. Let us see economics as a crucial take in our life. Apply it to the day-to-day rule, and definitely you will notice changes. You will see how growth can be documented. Today, document your growth. Don't just leave. Document your growth. And standing on this, I would love to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Today I'll be talking about culture of survival versus culture of excellence. Culture of survival versus culture of excellence. I want to ask a question or some questions. How many of us have heard this expression, or you've even used it? Maybe you paid somebody to do some work for you, and maybe the work is not now up to standard, and the person just told you, brother, just manage it. Auntie, just manage it. Does that sound familiar? Or are we familiar with this expression that is always used on the internet? What I order versus what I got. Anybody? Is it relatable? I know that's one of the things that is common. Manage it. We Nigerians, we like the expression, just manage it like that. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. And what we do not know is that this phrase is shaping our culture, is shaping our identity, is shaping our reality, is shaping our society in a way that we are saying, you do not have to deliver a standard job. I do not have to do the right thing. I do not have to deliver a product or service that I promise that I am going to deliver. And that's the background of my speech today. Culture of survival versus culture of excellence. What is survival in the context of this speech? Survival is we saying managing. Survival is managing mentality, coping mentality. Just cope. I just want something sharp. Coping. Survival is just getting by, just hustling. And you know, it is in context. If you want to put it in, for example now, survival is probably your generator gets faulty now. You call your generator man. Mr. This, please come and help me do my generator. He knows what he's doing that generator is just plug. But because he knows that you are not, you don't have knowledge about generator, he now does what? He's dismantled everything. I said, madam, it's the engine, no, the engine don't knock, meaning the engine is totally faulty. It will cost you 150,000. Whereas it is just the plug that is what? That is faulty. And the generator man in his thinking will think, I have made huge money today. The thing is that, can you have that attitude and really build something substantial for yourself? I doubt. As a matter of fact, I have experienced that. It's not even generator. That man, where there was a place I used to work one time, so he repairs photocopier. It didn't happen. In fact, it was that man that was saying it, that you remember one time he went to repair photocopier in an office, that all he just did was to dismantle the photocopier and coupled it back. And he was telling us that he didn't do anything. He just dismantled the photocopier and coupled it back and told the owner of the place that he has done something. And he charged the person. Culture of survival. Culture of survival, your resumption time says 8:40 or 8:30 or 8 a.m. but you preferred leaving the house by 8:40 when your resumption time is 8:40. Culture of survival. I know one thing is that there will always be excuse for those actions. You always have, is it not traffic? Or this country now, the generator man or the photocopier repairer can say, this country now it's not easy. Everybody is going by. We have to do something. Culture of survival. Poor service. Half work. As a matter of fact, I saw something. There is a woman that I follow on Facebook, and she recently gave birth. So she now shared her experience with a photographer. While she was pregnant, she wanted to do this photo shoot, maternity photo shoot. And she said that she paid the photographer 750,000 naira for a maternity photo shoot. And out of 8 pictures, she was even only satisfied with 1. And the thing is, she cannot even ask for refund. Now, you know, things like that in the comment section, people started it's because you chose luxury, high expensive photographer. But you know, that's not really the issue. You said, I am going to do this job. She can afford it. That's why she patronized you. So people even are saying that it is because that does not mean expensive does not determine quality. That's not the discussion. The discussion is that you've quoted 750,000. Deliver your work. If she had patronized 50,000 photographer, what the 50,000 naira photographer is supposed to also do is to deliver quality work. It's as simple as that. But you know, paid for photography out of 8, it's just 1 that is good. And that person now, will the woman now refer that photographer to another client? No, never. But you know, in society these days, we just think, I just want to get that quick money. Let me just cut corner and get it. Forgetting that, if you want to build something that lasts, you cannot cut corner. Culture of survival. And culture of survival, this survival we are talking about, it thrives when we allow small compromises. You know that you are supposed to follow due process, but you just want to cut corner and get it done fast, despite the fact that it is not the right way. You know that you are supposed to pay for that thing, but you just find a way to say, I don't want to pay for this thing. Who do I know in that office? My uncle, brother, cousin, sister, auntie. Hello sir, please, I need this thing, and I know that you are working there. And little compromises like that, those are what is shaping our society. And we are using this stage to say, if we want a society that lasts, if we want a society that will serve us as a nation, we have to choose culture of excellence above culture of survival. Now, the thing is this, like I said, many people will always have excuse. We will always have excuse for what? For choosing survival. Let's say, for example, now, somebody can say, I'm just a student that is struggling. I just working, taking care of home, yes, being a student. Such a student now may not want to, and even there are cases where we've seen students that, despite juggling a lot of things together, they still chose excellence above all. That's why it is a personal choice. It is a personal choice, because most times when you want to choose the other one, it's not going to be easy. In a society that probably promotes, easy, we want easy life, soft life. So you rather choose, okay, easy one, than choosing the right path that may require what? Discipline. So what we are saying is this: no matter the situation, no matter the situation, in as much as you determine that you want to build something that lasts, and we want to build a nation that lasts, culture of survival should not override culture of excellence in our society. Sometimes you may want to choose the easy way, like I said, maybe for that student, he or she can just say, I just want to pass this exam. Just write what you know. I just want to pass. I'm not looking for way out. I'm not looking for extra A's or A plus. Sometimes you can just choose to survive and just living by. But the fact that you are just living by does not still mean that you should cut corners. Does not still mean that you shouldn't maintain that self-discipline. Because we need a nation that can be strong. We need a nation where, culture. Somebody says culture is strategy for breakfast. What that means is that it is whatever we allow, it is whatever we say that it is normal, and that is culture. Culture is saying that this is what we consider as normal here. This is what we consider as normal here. Because on Facebook, I follow a lot of these small business owners a lot. So one of them is one woman that sells, her business is Melanie Pine. She sells parfait. I don't know if anybody knows her. One of the most expensive parfait in Lagos. That's her brand. Yeah. And there was a time she was always sharing theft scenario in her business. There was even one. They just made that lady the best employee that week. Yesterday, they awarded her best employee. The following day, she stole something. Yes. She stole a parfait that was meant for another customer. She said she wants to go and give it to her sister-in-law. And one thing is that for every time that this woman and all other people came to share something on social media, maybe theft or something, there will always be some people in that comment section. It's because you are not paying them very well. It's because justifying. No. This action is wrong and it is wrong. If you know that you are not satisfied with a pay in a place, then leave. You are not supposed to be there. So don't ask, okay, you are not satisfied, which is not even the case. Not even the case. So if we have a society that we want to justify action like that, it's because in our own little way, we are trying to choose survival over excellence. Because most times it's either maybe somebody stole yogurt, it's either somebody stole sugar. So things like that, and I am very sure some of us have seen some people too. They say, okay, maybe wig. I think there was a woman on the internet, wig. One of the staff was diverting the money, invoice, and all that. There was something like that. There will always be. So in a situation, of course, we have people like that in our society, but we shouldn't have people. We shouldn't be justifying that act. Because, okay, in that situation now, is it because most times in our country now, we are quick to point out our government is this, our government is that. Is it the government that said the lady should steal yogurt or steal parfait? No. Personal responsibility, personal discipline, something that you decide that, okay, this is what I want to do. Integrity, not cutting corners. You are paid to do work. That is it. Even if you want to ask, if you want to take this thing, do the right thing. Ask, excuse me, ma, can I take this thing? No, don't take it. Yes, take it. Simple. Because stealing is still stealing. There's this thing that in Yoruba we say that, okay, you stole something. You are telling the owner, why did you put it in that place? Is it on your head? You cannot tell the owner, why did the owner put something here? It's not possible. You shouldn't. You can't tell the owner, why did you put why did you not put it on the table? You should have put it in your bag. And that's one of the things. Maybe in a classroom now, somebody dropped phone on the table. You are not looking for the phone. I say, why did you put it on the table? There shouldn't be anything wrong with putting that phone on the table. There shouldn't be anything wrong. It's not, there shouldn't be. In as much as it is not yours. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Because the more we accept these little compromises, the more it is hitting into the standard of our country, of our nation, of who we are as people. And this thing starts from, And you know one thing, I think in my last speech, we were talking about Nigeria in diaspora, right? You know there are some people in the diaspora that they cannot trust their family member to do project for them in Nigeria. You've seen cases of people trusting their family, their brother, build something for me in this thing, buy this thing for me, build it for me. When I come, the person come, no land, no building. Is that government? Is that one government? No. No. It's because that person has chosen culture of survival. At least if I collect this 150 million from my sister, I can use it to do something. At least when she comes, I will tell her that this country is hard though. I just have to give my bond. No. If you do that project successfully for your sister, just doing the project, no cutting cost, sister, this is what I bought, this is what I bought. Your sister definitely have some friends there. And by doing that successfully, you gain experience, probably as a contractor. For them, you can manage the property. From there, your sister refer you to one of her friends. Will that one will you do the work for that person free of charge? Definitely no. If you did it free of charge for your sister, you cannot do it free of charge for another person. But because another thing that aids this culture of survival is that we do not think long term. Long term. Now. Little 2,000, little 20,000. Urgent 2K. But can that sustain us for a long time? Can you build something substantial? A customer you delivered a low standard job for today, will the customer refer you to another person? No. You know, there are some things that it's not really the country. It's not really government per se. If you have to be sincere with ourselves, if you have to be sincere, we can just say maybe the nation does not reward hard work. It's a lie. It's a lie because diligence will always pay. Excellence will always override. Because you yourself, you want to buy something today, you will check review. You go to the person's Instagram, hope there is no bad comment, hope there is no this thing. But imagine you now, because you just want to get small money from your customer, you've been delivering bad job. They now see the person that will bring million naira project for you, we see one bad comment and turn. And that's because of something that you did yourself. So this thing is a personal choice. It's a personal responsibility. It's something that we have to decide ourselves that we want to what we want to do. Compromising in situation, no. This is the way. You know, they say black and white. There shouldn't be gray color. This thing is wrong. This thing is wrong. This is right. This is right. There shouldn't be maybe. No, maybe. Especially if we want a country, we want to build a nation of standard. And so, like I was saying, so the damage that choosing culture of survivor does is it reduces the standard, it lowers our standard. It lowers the standard. We now have to be settling for less. And I think the last time I referenced a documentary, The Men Who Built America. And when I watched that documentary when I was in school about 5 years ago, it opened my eyes to see that if we are admiring some nations, we should know that it is what's coming together of a lot of people, of even some individuals. Those people were not even in government per se. But that's what we are saying. So it is individual responsibility. It is you deciding that I want to choose this path. I want to choose the right way. Not cutting corners, not compromising in situation. You've been given a job to do, then you do it. You collect money for the job, do the job. Okay, this money cannot be enough. Maybe after I've already this thing, communicate. If the client is satisfied, can give you more. If not, do the refund. That's it. So, but cutting, you are going to buy this, and you know that it's not. You are going to buy 10 yards of wire and you know you are going to use 2 yards. But because you know the person does not know about electricity, wiring and all that, cutting corners. So how much are you going to see on one wire, on one length of wire? Maybe 100 naira times. Maybe that's, or maybe, and you know, sometimes if you look at especially people that don't do this handwork, it's something that is normal. They just accept. That's what we are saying. When we choose culture of survival, we just see it as normal. It just as if it is normal. Most times you see them, if it is rare for them to not add something on materials, because they know that you are not going to buy it yourself now. You don't want to, especially because you don't want to stress yourself. Why will you want to stress yourself to go and buy the material? So they know that my dad is going to give, or the guy is going to give money for me to go and buy the material. So when we accept that, it become we have lower standard, and also mediocrity spreads. Mediocrity, it spreads. What that means is that we just be accepting. We now see it as normal. Normal. We see things that are not up to standard. What do you expect? What do you expect now? And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And if we put it in the context of maybe a workplace now, in a situation where in a place of work, everybody is just doing what they like, no strong discipline, this is it. What we see is that in that situation, in a workplace like that, we just, little by little, companies that collapse, they don't just collapse suddenly. If you go and look at maybe history of company, it's not something that suddenly happened. Yeah, it's not something that suddenly, it's either maybe they started delivering lower standards and customers started to complain, because there is no business if you are not satisfying your customer. That's it. And even as maybe you are just you are not even a customer, you know that if you are working in a place, you are also a business person. It's your time. That's the service. Your employer. You are exchanging your time with what? With the money that you are being paid, and you are supposed to use that time to create value for the company. So if you decide to today, you come late this week, you are supposed to report maybe 5 activities, you did 3, you complain about the 2 other ones. The following week you are supposed to report 10 tasks, you did 6, you complain about the 4 others. What begins to happen? You are already reduced, your value is reducing in that place of work, and you are not doing what you are supposed to do. So as time goes on, later they can just say, when they give you maybe review, you are not doing what you are supposed to do. Later on, you might just be laid off. So also, when it is, even if it's business too, in place of work, a business that is supposed to deliver a product or service, but not being delivering standard, little by little the customers, they start, no, this is not what we want. This is not what we want from there. So it's not something that just suddenly happened. So when we choose culture of survival, it's not really something that it's not a sudden deterioration. It's little by little. Little by little. So the reality in the country that we have now is as a result of some little decisions that we have been making since. Little, and we have accepted it, you know. Sometimes too, maybe you want to apply for a particular this thing. Please, I don't want them to post me to that place. I want them to post me to this thing. Well, can we, you understand what I'm saying? Can we rework and do this? Is that the normal thing? But almost everybody guilty of it. You don't want them to post you to this thing. Who are you? Okay, that money that you pay, is it going to the government first? It is somebody that is in front of the computer there that just say from there, just, that's what we are saying. So you know that thing now, it's not as if it is normal. If somebody is about to graduate and going for that thing, just say, where do you want them to post it? I don't want to go to this thing. No, I will do what I'm supposed to do. So that it looks normal, and which is not supposed to be normal. Mediocrity is not supposed to be normal. Low standard is not supposed to be normal. Cutting corners is not supposed to be normal. Because nobody that builds something great in this life cut corners to get there. No. Excellence is what people will pay for. Excellence. So what is this excellence you are choosing? What's excellence? Now, excellence is not perfection. No. It's not really perfection in the context of what I'm saying. It is you doing something right consistently. You choosing to be consistent. I will use an example of another woman that I follow on Facebook. She's also a businesswoman. I don't know if anybody knows this mopeds. Her business is mopeds. They do this peanut butter, Mrs. Roberta Edu. That woman has so much inspired me. She's, how will I say it, a very patriotic Nigerian. And I will tell you how. She said that ever since she came to Lagos, that was as far back when she was maybe 20-something, that's when she has started paying her tax. Like she's always filing. One of the things she shared last year that really inspired me, that really, wow, there are still people like this, is that and then to even show that, you may think that the country is not working. It is working, no. It is working. The woman said there is a road in where they have their factory. She said that the road is not bad. In fact, she posted the letter she wrote to the local government. She now, you don't know what she did. She now attached a tax return that has shown that she has paid her tax for a period of years. She attached it. And she sent them the mail. As a complying citizen, attaches my tax, verify those things. You can see I have paid, I have cleared it. So she requested that they must come and repair that road. And yes, they repaired the road. Yes, she held them accountable. Why? Because she was coming from the place of a compliant citizen. In fact, anytime she shared it, because she's always open. If there's anything she's always open. And if they do, she will come back. See you. She will now encourage people, go and pay your tax. Go and pay your tax. Don't say this thing. And a lot of people under the comment section will say, wow, really, look at that. But sometimes it's because the loudest noise is just the one that is louder, that people are hearing the most, is not working. She even made another post maybe this week. She said when she recently moved to the apartment they built in Jirarike, I think so. Because she put all those details. She aside her business post, she shared a lot of relatable posts on Facebook. So she now said there was a day some people came, they now pasted that maybe they built the land where they are not supposed to build the land, something like that. That could have led to this thing. She said, what's going on? They did that due diligence and another before they built. They paid what they're supposed to pay. She had no problem. She said that the following day she carried all the documents, all the money they paid, all the this thing they paid, all the this thing. She went there. I want to see the director. And she was explaining that she explained everything. What they did was that if she too had cut corner while they were building that house, she would not have the confidence to go to that office. What we should do is that, okay, how much am I now going to pay now to cover this thing up? Do you understand? That's what we should have been. But because she did the right thing on her part, so when they came, so it's now people under the comment section was not saying that that's how they would do. It's because you were already on the right path. And that's why they couldn't charge her again and maybe use style to collect another money from her. So you can see that, of course, some part of the system might be encouraging compromises. But if you choose your own personal discipline, whatever thing that is happening in the system will bow down to your own integrity. And the more people that we see choose that integrity, if you have more people like that say, no, I will not cut corner, I will go the right line. Even the system at a point will start, because who is even the system to start with? It's the people. It's not building. We are Nigeria this, the nation this. Who is Nigeria? The people in it. So if anything is going to change, it's still the people that we want that will change. So excellence is not perfection, but it's doing things properly, consistently. You are paid for a work, do it right. You are paid in a job, go there early, do what you are paid to do. Don't go there gossiping about your boss, and yes, you are being paid. Those are the things. So excellence, this culture of excellence is doing what is right when no one is watching. When no one is watching. And if you listen to people that are really successful, just watch video on them or read their biography, you will see that they have some things in common. But you know, sometimes in our country, I'm sorry to say, when you see somebody that is successful, we always have, maybe it's because the daddy is rich, that's why he get. No, we always zero our mind to listening to some people. No. So excellence is what you do when no one is watching. And you may think that it is not easy. You may think that this compromise is much. This thing, I just want to do it the fastest way and just go. No. When no one is watching, choose excellence as an artisan. And there are people like that. There are people, in fact, I know this, there is another category of people now that people always talk about online. Say these Instagram vendors. You pay them money for something. You will take this same woman, the one that owns mopeds, shared one. She paid for electric lock for door. She wanted to change the lock of their house to electric. So she now said, let me quickly share this to just see that this thing is a personal choice. And don't think that you are doing anybody a favor by choosing excellence above survival. It is yourself. So she said she saw many people. She said about 2 or 3 people. She now particularly saw a woman. So she now said, women supporting women. Let me patronize a woman. So she paid for the lock and she paid for installation. So the woman was supposed to send some people to come and install. And she said the other men that she also made inquiry, those ones, they were calling her, "Madam, when are we coming?" She didn't see, she had already chose to go with the woman. She said the woman, immediately she paid like this, her number was not going through again. When it went through, she will hang up. She called. She said about late in the night, a rider just called. Okay, you have a package, collect the package. Where is the installer? No installer. Call the woman, drop message, call. This following day again, said she was about to even come to the internet. And what was it again? So, should it reach that level? Later, maybe around after 24 hours, she now saw some people. They now came to install it. Look at that service delivery. Will the woman recommend her to another person? No. There was actually a man, a guy, very young boy, that she came to, I phone for painting. The boy does painting. She said when she saw her page on Instagram, and she saw the list and she called. The man looked very young. She was saying, okay, please, I want to talk to the owner. And the man said he's the owner because he's very young, not even just in stature, in age, very young. She said she was really skeptical about the work. That, okay, with this person we'll be able to. So, but she explained how the process went, how when the guy came, explained, okay, do you want this painting, the mixture? In the long run, the guy delivered a perfect job. She now asked him that, okay, how come you are very young? He told her that he went to technical school. So maybe he finished primary school, he didn't even bother to maybe go to the state. He went to technical school and he chose painting. And that's what he has been doing. and he has been taking job in Abuja, in this thing, and he delivered. And that day, this woman made a post about that guy. And if you see a lot of clients that she has, or I mean, that he has gotten through that single post. So you can see now, this thing, you may just be, and as we are choosing that excellence, doing the right thing consistently, we are building the culture of our country. Also, you are also building for yourself. Because the man now will be referred to another person, to another person. That's what we are saying. It's not perfection. It's not really perfection. You don't even have to go the extra mile. Just even go the mile that you have to do. Don't even add the extra. You know, for some people, not even the extra. Just even do the mile. Go the mile. Don't go the extra mile. Extra mile is still far. Go the mile. You are paid for a job. Deliver it. Don't be what I ordered versus what I got. Every time we are always saying what I ordered versus what I got. Why? You decided to get the job. If you cannot do it, just say you cannot do it. And the more you choose excellence, the more you build trust over time. That's it. The more you build trust over time. The more you build trust over time for yourself, for your brand, for your business. And this thing is not about business alone. In other parastatal, no, there are some offices you will enter, and there's this thing that they always say on the internet that, oh, everybody's mother is the best mother in the world. Who are not those mommy in? I don't want to mention. You know, things like that. It shouldn't be. We shouldn't get to an office. You are trying to get a contract to be signed, or you are trying to get a document. And you've been going. Monday, you went there, you sit down at the reception, nobody attends to you. Tuesday, same thing. Wednesday, same thing. Thursday, someone has to happen to tell you, you know what to do now? No, you know what to do now. Okay, put yourself in that scenario. Monday, same thing. Tuesday, same thing. Wednesday, Thursday, know what to do now? You should at least to get it fast. So that is not any government. It is we at that level. So it is doing the right thing consistently. You choosing the right thing even when no one is watching you. At your place of work, in your office, your business, a business owner, doing the right thing. And one thing you should understand is that you cannot build a life of excellence on a mindset of survival. You cannot build a life of excellence on a mindset of survival. You know, this mindset of survival is a little bit related to this hustle syndrome as well. Hustle. Let's just get it. Just want to make this money now. We make this money. It's not about making this money. On your way to making this money, make sure that your integrity is still intact. Make sure your integrity is still intact. Because the world never forgets. The world never forgets. And this survival versus excellence is also related to this, and I will say that talent is never enough. Talent is never enough. Talent is never enough. And it's even in business book and management book, they say it. If you do not have the character, let's say you are in a place of work now, they know that you know your job. If discipline and character is not there, you may not go far. You may not go far without discipline and character. So it is that discipline and character that is you choosing the excellence with your talent. So not that you are talented, you are pompous. You are talented. I even saw, I'm maybe using some posts from the internet, maybe because I'm always on the internet and I follow some certain people. There is this man that owns a company in Abuja, Rage. That's the name of his company. So I saw a video on their page this week. So they were just doing question and answer with the CEO. One that I now remember is that, okay, is it red flag or green flag? You have an employee who is talented but always cut corner or always try every means, whether good or bad, to get things done. Look at it. Oh, the person is skillful, the person get things done, but the person can go whether this or this to get that things done. So they are not asking, are you going to relieve the person or you train the person? The person said, no, I can't train. And that's the thing. If you read many business books, that's what they will say. You don't train for character. Hire for character and train for skill. That is it. If you have the skill and you do not have the character, you are a red flag in your place of business. You are a red flag. So that's why some people, they are good, but teamwork, no, they can't. Everybody's bad. They complain about everybody. That's a character flaw. And nobody will come and your boss will not start now and come and tell you that no, this is how you have to have emotional intelligence. They don't care. They expect that you should have known that since when you were in school, when you had roommates, but no, you were fighting with the roommates. No understanding. That's it. So, and now you are in the corporate world and you cannot be alone. It's not possible. We have something called individual contributor. You can, if you want to be alone, there's a level that you will get to. But if you want to go to some level, because if you want to go to some level, there will be some people under you, and you cannot order people around. It's not possible. You cannot order people and go and do this, go and do this. No, you have to influence them. They have to do that thing you ask them to do willingly. Willingly, that is it. So talent is not enough. You have to build the right discipline and character. So someone that is talented but is always cutting corners may not grow. And then if you have to have this a nation that we truly desire, it has to be a combined work of the system and the people within the system. The people, and what I believe is that if the people are ready to go the right way, even the system will bow down. Because I've made an example of that woman. In that aspect, the system is a little bit what is not supposed to be. But the woman, because she was coming from the angle of the right way, at the end of the day, the system, as maybe as it is, the system bowed down to the system bowed down to her. And she didn't pay any bribe, she didn't pay because they could see. They could see what she did, that she paid all the dues that she was supposed to pay on the land, on the building, everything. So even if they went to pour that into her, I can contest this. So, and even when the road to her factory was bad, all she needed to do was to send mail with her tax clearance. How many people can do that? In a situation where would that one help? What are they using our money to do? That's what we say. But the day I saw that post, I was really inspired. Wow. It depends on the people you listen to. It depends. So people like, wow, so really? And there are a lot of things that she has used that tax clearance to fight for, and she has gotten it. So it's important. So a nation can become excellent when all the people there, we all stop to compromise on certain things. It may not be easy, but the more people we have ready to show that a culture of excellence, little by little, we start rewriting the story. We will start rewriting the narrative. And little by little, we are going to get the nation that we want. The nation that we desire. The nation that we desire will not just land on us. No. We are the one that will build the nation that we desire. We are the one that will build that country that we look towards. We are the one. And it even amazes me. Not that some people, when they are here in this country, they do it the way they like. But when they travel out, how come they obey? How come they obey traffic law? That traffic this thing. But here, so that means it is just in when we decide, no compromise. This is the right thing and I'm going to do the right thing. I am paid to deliver this project and I will deliver the project. That is it. So the question is not blaming the woman. You say, why did you pay 750,000 naira for a photographer? That's not the issue. You said, my money is 750,000 naira and I'm going to deliver your photography. Simple, photographs. So then you should deliver it. Because that's one thing. It starts by we letting people be accountable and be responsible. Be responsible. Somebody comes online to share that somebody stole weeds that was supposed that is for customers. You started. Maybe you are not paying her well. Maybe you are not treating her well. No. Little by little, we should start instilling that discipline in us. Responsibility. Culture of excellence is not culture of entitlement. That's one thing we need to get rid of. That's something we need to get rid of. You saw, I think there was a time somebody saw a huge amount of money, and that thing, it's not even about huge amount of money. You want to transfer money to an OPay account, you now miss a number, transfer it to another account. Before the person will send it, how much will you give me? How much should I remove from it? No. Entitlement, no. You are doing the right thing. That's why we said, I define excellence. Excellence is what you are doing when no one is watching you. It's your personal responsibility. You shouldn't be asking the person, so before I send it back, how much should I remove from the 10,000? So I'm going to send 8,000 if I want to send it back, or I will not send it back. No. Is that one government? Is it government that says, don't send the 10,000, send 8,000? No. Never cutting corners. So a nation wants to build a nation that chooses culture of excellence. Everybody needs to start, and we need to stop entertaining compromises, cutting corners. No. In your own environment, in your own little environment, be saying that, what will I do in this huge thing? No. Little by little. It's just like yeast in flour. What happens? Just small thing. Little by little is what? It will rise. That is it. You just do your own little part. I do my little part. Everybody does what? Their little part. That coming together with what? We change the nation. So we complain about the system, and we are part of the system. System is not, when we are saying the system in this thing, the system is not building, system is not laptop, system are the people there. That secretary that is saying, before I pass your file to Oga, you have to do something. That the secretary is the system. It's the system there. So the question is, in your own personal life, are you choosing surviving, or you are choosing building? Are you building excellently, or you are just choosing to survive? And always remember that if you want to build something that will last, you cannot keep surviving. That 100 naira that the electrician from the 10 yards of wire, instead of 1,000, say 1,200. Okay, that's 200 naira times 10 now. Okay, what will you do with it? That's surviving. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. So the practical shift is this, because it's not about coming and we talking and talking and talking. It's about anybody that listens to this. We all need to start taking our part. One habit at a time, one area at a time, one standard at a time. That is it. You have to resume by 8 a.m. Be on time. That is you choosing excellence over survival. As little as that is, that's it. Be on time. You are paid for a job. And this thing, let me just say this. Know that some people, they will say, this thing is not a good thing. No? They say, you know what? Just hold my money. Let me do the work first. When I now finish the work, you can now pay me. Now, there are some people that have the mindset that, if you pay me now, before I do the work, I may not do the work again. It's a bad thing. No, you shouldn't have that mindset. So that shows you lack integrity. So when money enter your account, just go and see it. No. So those are the practical steps. If as a contractor, you are paid some amount of money enter into your account. That's not your profit until you execute that project. The remaining thing, that's when you work, that is your profit. It's not that you start spending the money and you've not done the project. When you've not spent half of the money, what will I do now? You now start using fake something or material to execute the project. That is choosing survival instead of excelling and building. And those are the things we should stop. Be on time. Finish properly. Stop accepting poor quality. You yourself, stop giving poor quality. Give people what you are paid for. So one small change, it can, like I said, just one small change, just one small habit in your life. So as you are listening to me today, you yourself think to one little place in your area, in your life, your business, your work, that you've been choosing survival, and decide to choose excellence. Decide to choose excellence. If everybody decides to choose excellence one time at a time, one step at a time, one standard at a time, is this how it's supposed to be done here? I'm going to follow through. I am going to follow through. You will even inspire people. So there are people like this, there are people like this, that is it. So we shouldn't be surprised. You know, sometimes today, we are not surprised that some people do things that are right. I think there was a time somebody returned a huge amount of money. It's made the internet. We are not surprised, like, wow. So there are people like things like that shouldn't be surprising us. If everybody know that, that's the right thing to do. We shouldn't be surprised when people do the right thing. Everybody should accept that is the right thing to do. And as I close, what culture are we building in Nigeria? What culture are we building? Culture of survival or culture of excellence? Culture, even the definition they gave to us in primary school, what's culture? The way of life. That's simple. So what way of life are we celebrating? What way of life are we celebrating? Survival may get you through today. You get that audience 2K. You get that audience. It can even be audience. It can be audience 1 million. So it doesn't have to be 2 million. I mean 2,000 though. You may get that audience something now. You may get the audience. But just know that we cannot build tomorrow. We cannot build the nation we desire through mindset of survival. True mindset of survival. So every one of us, in our area, in our home, in our businesses, in our family, in our place of work, in our environment, your neighborhood, in your church. Yes, there are some people, they know that in church, they cannot give them money, church money, to hold. They cannot. That's it. They cannot give them. So, in every sphere of our life, excellence, trust, integrity, and we should accept it. It should be the normal thing. And always remember that it is through excellence that we can build the nation we want. I hope we've been able to get something from this speech today, and I will be passing the microphone to the next speaker.
Liz, thank you very much. Well done. Isn't she a fantastic speaker? Well done. Great work, and she has brought a lot of illumination to the exercise, especially today. Well, my speech will be very brief, and the first thing that I want to say is that we have hit 100 hours. 100 hours. We've done 100 hours. Non-stop, we have continued to light up this lecture. Minute after minute, hour after hour. and of course, day after day. And we still have 16 more days, because I think about 4 hours ago, we actually hit 4 days. 4 days and counting. 20 days of eloquence. Is it possible?
Possible.
Is it possible?
It's possible.
It's possible. When we make up our minds towards a very clear objective, and our objective, how clear was it? How clear is our objective? Very clear. Unmistakable. Crystal clear. Thank you very much. You know, the grammarian amongst us said, it's not crystal clear, it's crystal clear. Don't worry, he's watching from afar. So when you set a very crystal clear objective, it can galvanize people. It can harness all of the energies required towards its accomplishment. And that's why goals are important. Goal setting. Making sure that before you do anything, be very clear about it. I said my mission for coming up at this hour, at this iconic moment, was to actually formally announce that we have crossed into day 4 and that we have crossed the 100-hour mile or 100-hour milestone. We're still on course, and if we are able to keep this up for another 27 hours and 30 minutes, that will definitely cross the current Guinness World Record for the longest public speaking marathon. But we will not stop there.
Yes, so we have to make another record.
We will go even further, and plant a fresh flag. But we will do so with some humility by thanking and appreciating those who went before us. Because that also blazed the trail and lit the path. And that's how life should be. Growth consistently towards what I'd like to refer to as endless heights of improvement. Since I am here and am compelled to speak, I've decided to dig into my archives from the work of many years ago. I think I did this some 20 years ago, or 20 or more years ago, when I was publisher of the Achievers Manual. I wrote a piece on what it takes to truly succeed, using an iconic Nigerian example from an incident in 1992. How many of you were here in 1992? Maybe a few of you. So the Barcelona Olympics of 1992, shortly before the Olympics, typically nations and their athletes will participate in what you call trials in order to qualify from your country. And back then in Nigeria, we used to have what we call the mobile track and field athletics trials, especially during an Olympic year. So if it's a 100-meter category, maybe the first 2 or the top 3 will qualify to represent Nigeria at the Olympics for that year. And many of us know the woman we refer to as Africa's Queen of the Tracks? No. No. There's a prize. Cash prize. I know now people bring out their mobile devices to start cheating. The prize is going, gone. Before you get your GPT. No. All right, use your AI and fish out the answer. Africa's Queen of the Tracks will be given a worthy mention. Africa's Queen of the Tracks. No. She's still very active. She's no. 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 Queen of the Tracks. No. Not Blessing. Fantastic. Who said that? Let me tell you, Mary Onyali is by far, and we must give credit to all the other women that have come after her, and even the other women that were contemporary. Lots of them. But by far, heads and shoulders above, transcending even our generation till now in terms of accomplishments, Mary Onyali burned the tracks with excellence, with success, with high achievements. So, this particular year, shortly before the Olympics, we finished the Lagos, the mobile track and field event. It was at the National Stadium. I believe I have that fact correct. And I was watching, I was quite young then. I was watching the news at 9. Not these days. Then there was only one major source of the news, NTA. The NTA 9 o'clock news was a must-watch for everyone. Was a must-watch. And then they announced that Nigeria was preparing for the Olympics, and they showed some of the races, and they showed Mary Onyali as she ran and came first in qualifying. And a journalist walked up to her with a mic to her mouth. She was still trying to catch her breath. And I want you to really picture this. She was still trying to catch her breath. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the veteran Hamid Ajiu. Then, if you watch NTA, you got to know all their reporters, all their correspondents, all their newscasters. You got to know them. And I will tell you that we had some of the finest newscasters, broadcasters, some of the very best in the business. So I think it was Hamid Ajiu that walked up to her with the microphone. You know the microphone that journalists hold? And the microphone flag. And he put it to her mouth. She was still trying to catch her breath. She had just finished the 100-meter sprint. And he asked her, so Mary, now that you qualified for the Olympics, what are your expectations? Still trying to catch her breath, you could hear the heavy breathing. This time around. You know when somebody says this time around, what does that indicate to you? When someone says this time around, what do you think it means? She said, this time around, I want a medal. Gold, silver, bronze, or metal. I want what? A medal. It never left me as long as I was. I saw raw, positive desperation. That sheer desire and hunger. This time around, you could see it all over our face. You could hear it from the heavy breathing of one recovering, having just finished a sprint. and it stuck with me. And I learned 4 things that have helped me over time when it comes to specific attempts at pursuing any objective. When it comes to success in anything, first thing I learned was that success must be desired. You could see, you could feel, you could read, you could deduce the energy of a truly desirous woman. From previous attempts, nothing to show. And so the person goes, qualifies that conversation, and says, this is it. This time round, we ain't joking. We are not playing games. This time round, we mean business. This time round, I want a medal. The sheer raw power of desire. To want it so badly that you can taste it, you can feel it, you can smell it, you can breathe it. It's concrete to you, even though it's not yet there. But desire is so raw and real and manifest and evident. She said, this time around, whatever it takes, I want a medal. Success was desired. I like the statement of, I think it's Michelangelo that made that statement, that naked I see the camp of those who desire nothing. Because if you desire nothing, you will also get nothing. This time around, there's a point to get to after several attempts, failures and setbacks. You draw a line in the sand and say, all right, lessons learned. We go again, but with a different, much more elevated level of passion, hunger. I think that's how Les Brown puts it. You've got to be hungry. You've got to be hungry. You've got to want it so badly. You can smell it, you can taste it, you can breathe it. It's so real. It becomes visceral. This time around, I've been around this block for some time without much to show. But this is where I draw the line. Now, is that a license for you to want to succeed at all costs? That you break the rules? That you sacrifice integrity, honesty? That you sacrifice your own sense of moral compass and values? Is that a license? No. Desire is not a blank check. To say whatever it takes, I must by all means do anything lawful or unlawful, fair or unfair, legal or illegal. No! Desire that you are encouraged to desire does not mean that there are no boundaries. And I think this is very important. It has to be clear to us as human beings, because in the end, the positive dimension to our humanity must have boundaries that respect norms and standards. And this is so important. So that you don't turn your quest for success into a raging drive of a massive trailer without controls. Like, after all, we just have to get it at all costs. No. That's not what desire means, and it's very important, because We live in times where people are determined to go so all out that they trample on others. They trample on norms and standards. And then, falsely and irresponsibly, try to console themselves with the end justifies the means platitude. No. Not every means is ethical. Not every means is appropriate. There are means to certain successes that are objectionable. Now you have to make a choice. Especially those of you who are still quite young and you see success, you want to have it in whichever ways you choose to define it. But I've always believed that it is not the material markers that make for real success. Do not allow material markers. The things you can enjoy in this life, they are good. Whatever it is you want to describe it as from what? A big house, lovely cars, name it, vacations and what have you. These are good things. And you should work hard to earn them. But do not use those as markers, benchmarks for meaningful living and actual success. So I've said, first things first, that success must be what? Desired. But we've qualified desired. So that you don't get off on that deep end and lose your soul. The moment you lose your soul in your quest for success, trust me, you've lost it all. And I don't care what you get out of it. The moment you lose your soul, or you lose every sense of yourself by crossing the boundaries of getting it at all costs, crossing ethical lines, the moment you do that, you've lost it all. Then that success is not worth it. So hear me and hear me well, so that you don't feel because my peers are moving along and they got theirs in quick time, quick succession, therefore I cannot wait any longer. Whatever I have to engineer, whatever I have to trigger, whoever I have to step on, I must get it at all costs. Be wary of crossing boundaries, because what you give up compared to what you get can most likely not be retrieved. You cross those boundaries and that's it. And you know what? It turns you into something else. And you can never enjoy that success. You can't. You may continue to have it. Because we measure success based on outcomes, material, positional, and what have you. But not everyone with those outcomes truly find that sense of fulfillment and enjoyment. Because they allowed their desire to cross the critical threshold of what preserves our humanity and our human decency. This has nothing to do with your religion or your faith. The principles of success are available for all to understand and to apply. If your drive and desire for success turns you into a human being that sees other human beings as tools to be used, for instance, your relationships are so transactional that what you see in your dealings with other people is how they serve your purpose or purposes for success. then you are small. You are a small fellow. And it doesn't matter the position you occupy. You are a little guy. When that becomes the drive and how you measure, how you rate fellow human beings in that context, in that human ecosystem, all in a bid to get to where you need to get to, then you're small. So desire in itself must be clear and must be within its sensible boundaries. That was the first thing we saw in Morionyali. Success was desired. Number two is what I call success defined. How do we know that success was defined for her? One word: medal. If you know the Olympics philosophy, and that's fine, the founding fathers of the Olympics founded it on the philosophy of participation being its own reward. Because it was meant to be a sort of fellowship, a sort of camaraderie, coming together, the joy of athletes, the joy of performers, the joy of sportsmen coming together in pursuit of accomplishments in various fields, track and field events. So just making it into the Olympics as a first step was designed to be its own initial reward. Let's be clear about it. It's an initial reward, and it's a reward worthy of being called an Olympian. That in itself is a reward. If you've been to the Olympics, you have earned that title, the right to participate. Meaning that you've crossed so many hurdles. Hurdles in terms of being sacrificial, to prepare yourself, self-deprivation, elevation of your athletic qualities to a level where you can represent your country and feature at the highest global spectacle, global sporting spectacle. So that's reward, that's the initial reward. But the founders of the Olympics also went a step further by creating a next level reward system. That's why every Olympian fights, labors, strives to medal, getting on that podium. And so they created 3 categories of medals: the gold medal, the silver medal, and the bronze medal. That's where Morionyali was going to when she said, I've gone to several Olympics before. I am an Olympian. I was there in 1988. I think that was the Olympics in Los Angeles. Now we're going to Barcelona in 1992. I've been around, guys. I am already an Olympian. So my goal isn't to become a 2-time Olympian. That is already automatically in the bag. I believe I owe it to Nigerians and to myself to aim higher and move to the next level. Can you see the progression? And that's why she intentionally used the expression, this time around. Can we graduate from kindergarten to primary? Can we graduate from primary to secondary? Can we graduate from secondary to university? This time around, more than just being part of the opening ceremonies, carrying Nigeria's flag, marching past, and running in the races. and coming back. And that's nice. But this time around, I want a medal. Gold, silver, bronze, or even metal, as long as you wrap something around this, my neckline. If you have to manufacture something out of these three classes, I'm not going back home without a medal. Success defined. You must be very clear about what you're doing. When we said 20 days of eloquence, I wasn't like, okay, we're just going to do a Guinness. So I said 20 days. Oh, we're going to set a record to break the current. No. We're doing 20 days. If you need to each drink more water, we shall order bottles of water. If you run out of NEPA, we shall order diesel. If you run out of diesel, solar is there. We stay here for 20 days. If they announce, oh, you've already crossed the current record, yeah, and all that, we thank you for that. We continue. We have a goal. 20 days of eloquence. That's what we promised Nigerians and the world. Nigeria speaks to the world. 20 days. And if you notice you're not happy with us, we had around 20 days to wait. 20 days. 20 days. And that's the point we're making. Define for yourself what success means in your given context, so that you know whether you've attained it or whether you've fallen short. If you've fallen short, you can begin to make appropriate course correction in a very functional and practical manner. Define for yourself. Make it very clear. Whatever you do, do not go into it blindly. Whatever you do in life, whatever quest you submit yourself to, never allow for ambiguities. Be very crystal clear. Set the boundaries in terms of what shape, size, coloration it is that you're seeking. She was very clear, and I took that lesson to heart. She knew what she wanted. In very clear and precise terms, she wanted to stand on that podium. So this time around, I want a medal. I want a medal. So that's the second one. First, success desired. Second, success was defined. And it leads automatically to the third. The third is what success then does to you before you can have it. In any quest, success can be such an interesting bride to court. You know, there are some brides or some spouses or some relationships. I'm looking for the right word here. When you're trying to court someone and they are playing hard to what? Hard to get. They make you sweat for it. How many ladies are here that are played hard to get? They make you suffer for it. They make you burn your airtime every single day. They know they are in play, right? And that's how success can be at times. Success is saying, look, I am that beautiful bride. You can have me. I want to be yours. But you know what? I need to see that sweat on your brow. I need to see you labor, strain, strive. Because I'm not cheap. I'm not easy. And as the former US President Dwight Eisenhower once said, there are no victories at bargain prices. Any victory, the man was a general. Any victory we get in war, any victory we achieve in war, trust me, there are no victories at bargain prices. And that's how it is with success. And under the third principle is that success demands. Oh yes. Look, any form of achievement that falls on your laps, without you duly expending the efforts of energy, of intellect, of resource, in whichever way, maybe as a mix or a specific extension of yourself, any form of accomplishment that does not see a significant extraction of commitment on the part of the person seeking to achieve it, it's not worth it. So beware when someone says, oh, they show up and they are declared lights and they become celebrities, and you ask them, so how did you build this? And the next year is just God. Oh, it's just God. And they can't tell you clearly how the journey started. We're not discounting God. God is ever central, ever at the heart of our quest. I believe in God and His grace. But that grace is not one that is meant to be in vain, to be taken for granted. That grace, as far as our quest concerned, now this is Easter. When it comes to salvation, you say it's salvation of your soul. For those of us who are Christians, you did not have to work for it. That was given freely. But let us stop using God to replace the areas of responsibility that God expects us to stand up to. You did not read for that exam, and you're saying, I'm just trusting God. You deserve to fail that examination. Let's be clear. You did not prepare for that interview, and you show up that Monday morning, oh Father, I'm just trusting you. Promotion does not come from the east or west. It comes from you. We know. But if you failed to do that which only you can do, then you deserve to truly fail. But yes, God in His infinite mercy, from time to time, does allow us to get away with it. Because that's how God is. In His sovereignty. And then we miss the lesson and continue in that bad behavior until it costs us so much when it matters most. That you get away with something does not mean that what you did was right. It doesn't mean that what you did or the behavior that you formed was right. So a wise person needs to slow down and tell himself or herself the truth that, hey, I just got away with one here. Next time I might not be so what? So lucky. That's how wise people whose thinking function as human beings operates. Oh, we got away with one. Next time, let's be proactive. We're here running this Guinness World Record attempt. Maybe there are one or two things that we've gotten away with, but it's a warning to maintain maximum vigilance. Technical crew, what's going on? Go around, you see that today, you see that last night I actually sat in. I sat in quite late, just listening and watching, taking breaks intermittently. And then last night I went to the back to clear up so many things. Excuse me. Thank you. Asking the technical people, getting on their cases, all of them. They've not been smiling with me for the past 24 hours. But they don't have to until we get the results that we're working towards. So success demands. Success must be desired. Success must be defined then we must all submit ourselves to success's demands. We've been working at this Guinness World Record attempt for 7-8 months. We've had various meetings. We had how many rehearsals did we have? 3. We made sacrifices to get to this point. 3, someone said 4 is possible. Okay. We had trainings, just preparing. And even at that, to the very last minute, there were still 1 or 2 areas we had yet to conclusively wrap up. It shows you that you can never be over-prepared. As far as your quest for success is concerned, success demands. Some of the meetings we had, there were times when I was extremely tired, worn out. I'm sure some of you would have seen it on my face. But we've got to do this. The clock is running. Some of you have interacted with you in ways to encourage you. Some have had to even plead with you, right? Yes, thank you, embrace you. It's part of the demand of success. Success demands. And then the 4th one. Are you ready for the 4th one?
Yes, sir.
When you meet the demands of success, you can honestly, joyfully, legitimately expect to have success delivered. It might not come in the way you expect it, but there will always be an outcome. Let me interest you. When the Olympics ended, and if you check ChatGPT, you'll discover. Can someone check, use ChatGPT, Barcelona 92 Olympics, what medals did Mary Onyale win? Quickly. Barcelona 92 Olympics. What medal did Mary Onyale win? Bronze medal in what category? Women's 4x100 meters relay. At least she came back with a medal. By Nigerian women. The first Olympic medal ever won by Nigerian women. She came back with something because she said, this time around, I want a medal. Gold, silver, bronze, or a metal, whatever it is. I must not leave empty-handed. So remember, these 4 principles. Success desired. We have said desire is not a blank check to do as you please. To cross certain boundaries of honor and decency and integrity. Young men, young women, no quest for success is worth the giving of yourself cheaply, freely. Not worth it. No quest for success is worth the sacrificing of your honor. Not worth it. Success defined, clarity, specificity. Success then demands. Many are looking for the easy way out. They want to blow. I want to blow. Just give me what is the key. There is no key, no key. You and your sweat are the keys. You see, the traditional view to accomplishment in life will not be changed by the changing of dispensations and times. Not even by technological advancements. You will now have AI. You know what? AI will make you sweat even more. Because if you are using any of these large language models, if you don't already have very strong reading skills, you cannot keep up. Because you're asking ChatGPT, okay, tell me about this. You think it's going to give you a 2-line answer. It then says, yes, in 1992, it gives you the background first. In 1992, these were the circumstances, but you're looking for a quick answer. And you have to do the reading internalized before you get to where you need to get to. I've had to quadruple my reading skills since the dawn of AI to cope. Even if you say, give me a short answer, it will still break it down because it is intelligence, though artificial. You still must sweat it. You still must sift through and make a good judgment call. So the traditional view about succeeding in life, especially for those of us who are much younger, today has not changed. You have to put in the work. We did 3 rehearsals. Some of you will have wondered, what is wrong with this man? We've come once. Why are we coming again? Said, you show up. In fact, as far as I was concerned, we had not done enough, but then we had the constraint of time. Now you can see the essence of the stress because we are in battlefield mode where you have to internalize material, get a topic, do your research, and speak to it intelligently, coherently, substantively. And has it been easy? No. You sweat it out. So success desired, success defined, success demands. Demands. When you say something is demanding, nothing is as demanding as the quest to succeed at something. See how we are sweating. Can you see how I've been sweating since? So that in the end, and by God's grace, in 17 days' time, we'll have the last piece. Success delivered. So on this note, may I hand this over to the next speaker.
Hello everyone. Thank you once again to the Dean of Eloquence for coming to cheer us on over our 100 hours. It has not been easy. Yes. For waking us early that we need speakers, they need speakers, and I'm like, I don't have what to say yet to us being here tonight. So I'm very happy once again that we've been invited by the School of Eloquence to come and speak. For Nigeria to be seen, or as our teacher said, for Nigeria to be seen. So today, my topic is financial illiteracy, the silent crisis. And all of us are enjoying our jollof rice, but if you don't listen, this my story can be your own too. So let me start with a bit of a background story. I remember in my final year, me and my friends, we were in my room one day. So we were talking about life after school. So as we were in my room, because my room was very close to the school gate, so they were always at my place most times while waiting for our next lecture. We were now, imagining, we were visualizing our future life after school. And we're behaving like economists with bachelor's degrees instead of philosophers. So we started, after school we're probably going to start serving after our clearance. We said yes. And then we already knew that the government plans to increase the NYC allowance to 77,000. So all of us were locked in that nobody's going to go and serve till the allowance becomes 77,000. So that was the goal. As we were not speaking, one of my friends said, with 77,000 though, you'll be able to save a lot of money. You could even rent a small apartment. You could start a job. You could raise up a business. I think 77,000 times 12. I don't know maths, but that is about over 900,000. So, and if you had a good PPA, maybe PPA that's paying 40 minimum, like 40 being minimum, and is that 40,000? You could use it for your transportation, for your. I know I was telling you, we're visualizing our future. We're planning our future. We're visualizing our allowing money. So at least your PPA money, 40,000 minimum, to maybe 70 and so on. But 40 for minimum. She calculated 40,000 times 12 months. That would be over 400 or how do you say? 480. So now, 40,000 times 12 months is, we have calculators now, why are we stressing ourselves? Okay, it's correct. That's 480,000 plus our previous 900 plus. That will be giving you over 1 million. Please, which Nigerian in your mind, you already have 1 point something, you are ready now, the one is your millionaire. But this was a sign of financial illiteracy and lack of financial education. Because that 12 months, your living expenses and that money. Some people will tell you, oh, delayed gratification. You need to save. You need to budget. You need to have investments. So now, as the economists we already planned that our 1 million plus, we would rent an apartment, we will have a business. We are going to also save. And we are going to enter piggyvest and go and drop money there. Sister, you are correct. So now after finishing school, I started my NYC year. At first, I was enjoying the first 1 month. That was after April. That was May. I had not started at my PPA yet. I was still in camp. Then June, when I was supposed to start, they gave us the orientation for a whole 1 month. I was not at my PPA. I was only collecting my 77K. Now, and I started July. Now after I started July, I've been calculating my 12 months for my PPA money now, 480K. Now my 480K is not complete, so I no best. So now, I started July. This was about 9 months back now. I started July, then my PPA was paying us about 40,000 as a stipend for monthly salary. So now, that 40,000, me like this, I live in Lagos, and sometimes I do stay with one of my aunts at Costain, which was very close to my workplace, which was CMS. However, she's someone that she's always going for trainings, and the house, sometimes she doesn't like to leave her key because of accommodation issues. Because she comes back at regular hours, you cannot predict that, the time she will come, you'll be at home. So she doesn't drop her key most times that she goes for these trainings. So I have to come from my mom's place, which is at, who knows Yanova here? Who knows Agbara? From those axes, I'll be coming to CMS every 4 days. 4 days in a week. Please calculate that transport with me. Once I get to my bus stop, I'm paying 800 to my 2. Sometimes 1,000 to my 2. By the time I get to my 2, I prefer taking the train because of the traffic, especially on Monday mornings. So I'll take train for 750. That's how much. Please, mathematician, I don't know math, so 800 plus 750. 1,550. I'm not gotten to work. Once I get to CMS, you now see those who are taking the train on Monday morning. You see those people, all those Igbo men, and they come out from the train door once it opens, they start racing down. I cannot compete with all those type of people. So I will just generally wait for them. They should all hustle down. So sometimes I can choose to take the cab that will take us to CMS, 300. That is 1,850 just to get to work on Monday morning. Once I get to work, our cafeteria, as good as the food is sometimes, you can pay a minimum of 2,000 to eat a plate of food, and that food is not really satisfactory. Or if you are like me that you like amala hot, by lunchtime you get amala at least 2,000 naira for a minimum plate, like minimum amala plates. So 2,000 plus my 1,850, that's going to give us 3,850. I'm not going no more. Now once it's 4 p.m, they allow corpers to leave an hour earlier than regular staff members. So I'll now head back to the train station. I'll take train again for 750 plus 3,850. That's how much? Eating Jeon. You are not listening. Eating Jeon, jollof. 4,550. When I get to my hotel, I will still board another vehicle that will take me back home, sometimes 1,000 naira, because that will be rush hour. That is 5,550. Please, in my 40,000 naira stipend for my PPA, I've used how many percent? I've used how much percent? I don't use the percent come out for just on Monday morning. Tuesday is not there. Thursday is not there. Friday is not there because I don't go to work on Wednesday. So like I said, me and my friends, while we were in our final year, we were visualizing what our life would look like with the amount of money we expected to be in our accounts. I know sometimes there are some alawi that pay late. There are some PPAs that pay late. They don't pay on the they don't pay on the 26th to 31st. They would wait. You would have even forgotten that they want to pay you more money. You just see the alert. You just you paid my money. Now, the purpose of all this story I've been narrating is to educate you about financial illiteracy and why it is a silent crisis in this our present generation. A simple definition for financial illiteracy is the lack of skills needed to manage money effectively. It is the lack of skills needed to understand simple basic concepts like saving, investing, risk, debt. What else? Budgeting. Why is financial illiteracy a silent crisis? Financial illiteracy is not like other issues, like unemployment, like inflation that screams and shouts. It doesn't make headlines because subconsciously people are not even thinking of their finances. They expect their finances to figure itself out, or they expect things to fall into place, forgetting that strategy is the best way to handle financial issues. Financial illiteracy is one of the issues that destroys family. Like I said, it doesn't shout, it doesn't make headlines, but it's one of the causes of family crisis, family conflicts, financial stress in marriages, often causes divorces, and it often leads to what? Poverty cycles from parents to children. Now, what are the early signs of financial illiteracy? This is when 27th of the month comes and you're already expecting that this alawi no go enter. I know me and my friends, we are economists now. In our mind, Nigeria would pay us on time and consistently. My PPA, they don't will pay 30 something, don't pay your mind. You will see 15, you will see the 10th. When you have forgotten about the money, you just get back down in your UBA account. So what are the signs? When by the end of the month, you're already looking forward to the next paycheck. When that money comes in, you know deep down that money is gone. What did she say? Ashari, salary, ashari. So once that money comes in, you saw the money, then boom, you can't even say how you spent that money. Another sign of financial illiteracy, you do not have emergency savings. Jokingly, me and my friends, I'm knowing that I really love saving. As little as I have, then and PiggyVest is one of those tools that made it possible. I think from the beginning of when they released PiggyVest, as I started following them up, saving, they can be very little, sometimes 1K, sometimes 300. I usually change it depending on how much my income is at the moment. So now, most of the time I'm saving, but I'm also going back to that savings and removing it for unnecessary things. Yes, in that moment, it might feel like an emergency. But sometimes you don't know what real emergencies are and what would be or look alike emergencies are. So now, poor understanding of debt. How many of us here don't really understand what debt means? Oh, Shade, please can you lend me 5K? Shade lends you 5K. Initially, you were planning that once your salary comes in, you are going to pay Shade back at 5K. Now, if you had a PPA like mine that don't pay on the 27th to 31st of salary week, Shade now is depending on your promise that you would pay her by month end, but your salary has not come in, your stipend has not come in. So what do? You tell her, oh Shade, please bear with me, I'm going to pay you soon. Eventually, your salary comes in and you are unable to still even pay Shade because the money has gone to places you cannot even trace. Shade then begins to see you as a debtor. That, oh, I even promised her, I give her money and she promised to pay back. deep down in you, you have integrity. You don't wish to be a debtor. But somehow, you had found yourself in this debt trap. Now, the debt trap is one of the signs of financial illiteracy, because unconsciously we accumulate debt without realizing that if we are just delayed that gratification, we will not even be in those debts. There are some people that, it's a popular TikTok sound, Oyawo Olapo, Olofin Shaye. Let me translate it for our global viewers. This means you are borrowing cooperative money. A popular cooperative in Nigeria is Lapo. You are borrowing these funds to actually spend it on lifestyle spending. You are borrowing these funds not for productive activities, but to actually show a kind of lifestyle that you want people to presume you to be. After you spend that Lapo money, you will be broke, you will feel scared because you don't even have any means of paying off that debt. That is why I call it a debt trap. Now, financial illiteracy leaves you, it leaves you open to attacks from Ponzi schemes, quick making money schemes. For example, many Nigerians today, if you tell them to put 50,000, you will make 150K. It takes a educated financial Nigerian to reject that your offer. Most of them, because of this debt trap, financial illiteracy factors, they find themselves vulnerable to all these people that are out to eat their money. Quick money schemes, sometimes you can see your money, but that is if you are among the first to get on that boat. If you are among the second people to get on that boat and the first people are gotten down, it's most likely that you will be used to pay the sacrifice. But in a situation in Nigeria where many people, it's even Ponzi schemes they are looking for. I've heard cases of when people will come and tell me, oh, you need to give any Ponzi that is going on that I want to put like 20K inside, so I'll be able to be seeing 20K weekly. They have some Ponzi like that, but at what cost? By the time that Ponzi will crash, you would have invested over 20,000 more than the initial amount you plan to put, because they keep making the incentives attractive to you, so that you keep putting your money in. Before you realize, you'll be in the debt traps. A popular Ponzi scheme in Nigeria was the scheme. This was grown men, grown women, businessmen, family heads, olórí market women. All them, all categories of people were involved in this scheme, which was a Ponzi scheme. Now, I mentioned that people that borrow for lifestyle and not for productive issues often harm themselves instead of benefiting themselves. I can't remember, I don't know if you remember the story of when, I think, was it Dangote, one of these billionaires in Nigeria. He mentioned that his wife borrowed about 40 million naira from him to start up a side business. And she, Femi Otedola, right? Thank you. So he mentioned that his wife borrowed a sum of 40 million naira to start up a business, which I think is a laundry business. That kind of borrowing, is that borrowing productive? No. He lended his wife 40 million naira to start up a business. Is that type of borrowing productive? Compared to somebody who goes on fair money, OPay, Pampe, sorry, give me 15K. I just want you to manage this week. And the person knows deep down that he doesn't even have, he cannot fathom how he's going to pay back that small sum of 15,000 naira. But there are people who actually borrow, but they put it into productive businesses that can help them repay that loan and offset it. So now, another sign of financial illiteracy is consumerism versus wealth building. Nigeria has a social stratosphere where people celebrate spending over savings. Many of us, many times in Nigeria, even me, I am a doer of this for lack of better English. Many times we believe impulse buying. You know, because you just saw a brand that releases a new design, deep down you know you don't have to buy that bag. But because of the consumerism culture, you buy into that idea. You buy things that are beyond your means at that moment, when you don't even need them intrinsically. So this means, instead of you to focus your finances on wealth building, you are more concerned about showing up, about appearing a certain way that is even beyond your lifestyle. Now, society celebrates appearance and spending culture. How many times will you have somebody in Nigeria tell you that, oh, you actually need to start saving or even discuss finances openly. How many of us have sat down with our friend circles and said, oh, I recently saved 20k in piggyvest last week and I would like to actually increase that amount by my next month? How many of us have done that? We find out that we're in a society that if you told your friend you bought this bag for 15k, she's more interested in that information than the fact that you saved 20k for your future long-term goals. Am I right? How many of us have sat down with a friend and said, oh, I would actually like to start improving my saving culture, and they gave you helpful tips to actually do so? We will find out that this is not often the case because most times we don't talk about these conversations openly. Sometimes it is vulgar discussions we find ourselves engaging with our friends instead of us to think about how can we be a billionaire, how can we make our first million. Now, financial stability. Somebody who is financially illiterate can never have financial stability because he doesn't even understand how his money is coming, when his money is coming, where his money is going. Lack of financial education is a big problem in Nigeria and even in other parts of the world because this is not just unique to the Nigeria environment. When I started my NYSC, like I said before my NYSC, during our final year, we had big goals, big dreams of what we wanted to use our alawi to do. However, when we started, I found myself that I was financially unprepared for the environment that it placed me into. My transport, I spent almost 50,000 in a month, more than 50,000. That I have to be thinking smart for me to be able to reduce that amount to be around that 50,000 range. And my alawi is 77,000. And the only reason why I went to the island for my NYSC opportunity was because I wanted to expand my horizon. I wanted to explore, I wanted to see things that would motivate me to even dream bigger. I knew well and good if I stayed in Agbara Axis, I would probably be working with a company or a school that is mediocre. And I want better for myself because it's not just about my service here, it's about after my service here, it's about after your service here. So many of us, you study criminology, for example. You now trap yourself in situations that are not conducive for your long-term goals just because of NYSC posting. You trap yourself as a teacher and you know you have a criminology degree. When you should be in a army barracks, you should be in the police station learning about things that are vital to your degree. So now, when I started my NYSC, I was financially unprepared for the realities of the Nigerian society. What this meant is that I could not really, I was just going with the flow for about 4 months into my service here. And I realized, you are in big trouble. And after I realized I was in big trouble. I realized that I was not taking my financial life seriously. I was going with the flow. I was hoping things would fall into place. Even though at the end of the month, I kept wondering, where did all my money go? Where does all my money go? Please be reminded, I have other businesses apart from, I have other things I do apart from alawi and my stipend from my PPA. I'm a shoemaker. I'm a dog person, like I sell dogs. And I also help people to groom their dogs. But at the end of the month, I will find myself that I made money. Especially open notification. Who can relate? Open notification, you made 300k this month. Open, there's no money in my account. Open, stop notifying me. I don't want to know. However, I began to realize that not taking my financial life seriously is going to cost me more than I can pay. So that means I needed financial education. And one of the best books, because I am a reader at heart, anything I want to know, I prefer reading about it. So one of the books I first read about financial education was The Richest Man in Babylon. Has anybody here read that book? Just one person. You all take it as a cost to 2 persons. It's still a low percentage. Have you read The Richest Man in Babylon? You have read it. So we have 3 people in a room of almost 22 people who have read it. It's a poor number. Take it as a call to action to download that book, get the book in print if you can, and read it. It was a enlightening moment when I read that book because I realized that these things I needed to know were locked in a book. All because I could not open my mind. I could not search for financial education. I didn't know these things. And this was 4 months into my PPA. What are the major things this book talks about? How to earn money, how to save money, how to have a budget that works for you. Because if you are comparing your budget to somebody that earns 600k and you are just earning over 150,000 a month, you are going to wound yourself with social pressure. Am I right? So this means that, and there was a place in that book, I just want to spend a little bit of time before I move on. There was a place in that book where the richest man in Babylon, as it was at that time, was contacted by the ruler of Babylon. He was saying, oh, I know you're the richest man in Babylon. How about we teach other people in Babylon how to become rich? And they did this successfully. And it helped people understand how to make their purse heavier, which was the terminology they used. So make your purse heavier is to have more money in the bank. To go from being broke to actually having money in your purse. After they did this, the society was able to improve because not just one person was becoming wealthy. Many of us have very wealthy friends that we can't really sit down with them and tell them that, oh, I am struggling with this at the moment. How do you cope with it? Tell me. We feel it's a thing of shame. You don't have, but you still don't wish to let other people know that you don't have. So you'll be taught how to have. Now, financial unpreparation is going to shock you by the time you realize that you are financially unprepared for what life has to offer. Even as a Christian, you have a duty to be rich. Because there's no kingdom advancement program or scheme that you want to be part of that doesn't need money to fund it. You see many kingdom advancement schemes that they are using 2 billion naira, and you are there, they say offer a seed of 2,000 naira. You will you will sign. So that means for you to be a Christian, you also need financial freedom. You also need financial education to leave the pits of financial illiteracy. So now, I mentioned before that financial illiteracy can create poverty cycles. This means parents often teach their children the poverty cycle they know. I was watching a video of Temi Otedola where she said, when she said in her series, what if I record every day of my life. Thank you. And I watched a place where she went to a party and she was telling her friend, she's just seen the newly released 1,000 naira. She's just seen the newly released 1,000 naira note. And that was the first time she was seeing 1,000 naira notes. This means that type of child has grown up in an environment that wealth creation, financial education is as easy to them as breathing. She doesn't have to struggle with a poverty cycle that was created by her parents. Rather, she's into a wealth cycle, a generational wealth making cycle. Now, what are the impacts of financial illiteracy on families and our society? Your financial illiteracy is going to cause strain on your marriage. It's going to cause you to have poor spending habits. It's going to cause you to be an impulse spender. Somebody mentioned that he had a cousin that makes $1 million or so in fraudulent schemes. And after this person makes this money, this person would pack a bit of the money, we separate that money, take a whole sum of it, and go off to spend that money recklessly. That person has poor spending habits. Please, is that person not financially illiterate? Because if he was actually financially educated, he would even know that even only water that you get from a rock is still even hard and should not be wasted, because that money you got it in a fraudulent means, which is not going to be encouraged. And you still got it in a fraudulent means, you are still going to waste it away, because for you to get it that way, you didn't even have the integrity to make that money the right way. That means you have poor money habits. Now, because of financial illiteracy, we are now seeing the rise of pseudo wealth and pseudo satisfaction. Let me break that down. Pseudo wealth is you appear, pseudo is anything that is, I think is you appear to be like, you appear to have money, but deep down you are drowning in debt. You are drowning in panic. You are wondering how you are going to pay Pampe, because Pampe has started calling you every time. Pampe is calling you incessantly. You can't breathe. You have to remove your SIM. People around you, they assume you have this money because they see the way you post on your Snap, the way you live your life on TikTok lives, the way you always share money and share gifts. But only you know that you do not have money, but there are all signs to point that you have money. That is pseudo wealth. And pseudo wealth is often as a result of financial illiteracy. You appear to be rich, but you are a broke man. What is pseudo satisfaction? Pseudo satisfaction is because it is something that affects your well-being. Pseudo satisfiers means that you get a sense of false fulfillment from this pseudo satisfaction or satisfiers. For example, you are someone that works in HR in the corporate world. You have been planning on and inside your mind that okay, you want to look into getting a certification, but because of your friends say that big babe, you're earning 1 million, why do you need to do better, why do you need to achieve more? You know deep down that you still want more out of life. You still have vision for your life, but because of people that have talked to you about these things, you feel it now appears to you that you are okay where you are, which is wrong. And every human being should aspire to beyond the point of pseudo satisfaction. Pseudo satisfaction just keeps you locked in a false reality. It is not your reality because it just appears to be your reality, but that is not the true reality you are living in. Pseudo satisfaction keeps people trapped. It makes people believe that they have gotten to the zenith of their potential. Now, having said all this, I'd like to offer practical solutions to financial illiteracy. Practical solutions means that income alone does not create wealth. Understanding money does. That means every one of us in this room, every one of us in Nigeria, every one of us in the world needs to understand how money works. In the book, The Richest Man in Babylon I mentioned, there was a place that a son was sent by his father to another city to go and establish his life. When the son got to the new city, he spent his money recklessly to the point he was even enslaved, and the only thing he had left with him were the clay tablets his father wrote his instructions on. It got to a point the son realized that something is wrong. If you don't come to that point that you realize that something is wrong with your financial life, you are not going to have a solution, and the solution is not going to work for you because you don't realize that you are financially illiterate. It was when he began applying these laws given to him by his father to money and understanding how money works that he was able to escape out of the trap of financial illiteracy. Now, what is my solution? Financial literacy. This is the ability to manage money. It is the ability to grow your money. It is the ability to understand basic concepts like income, earning, investment, risk, and debt. Now, it is knowing how to spend. It is knowing when to spend. It is knowing what to spend on. There are many of us here. Instead of buying a good book with 3,000 to 4,000, we prefer going to Glovo and ordering food. We prefer going to Domino's and taking a slice of pizza and ice cream. We don't even realize that it is so easy for you to have access to financial education because the other things that are draining your money and causing you to be financial illiterate come to you easily. It was when I started, like I said, I'm a very enthusiast reader. I love to read. However, as much as I love to read, I read online books mostly. I could pay for ebooks and all, but I have not started building my physical library. But when I started at my PPA, there was one of my female bosses I worked with. She's an avid reader. She loves to read. She's just going down to the fourth floor. She's going to carry a book. Because she knows she might get to that first and her friend might be engaged, she will start reading a couple of pages before he attends to her. She now told me, oh, I noticed you love reading because she's always seeing me on my tab and on my phone, on my system, that I love reading. She asked me, why don't you buy physical books? And I thought of it, it's not as if I don't have money to buy physical book, but my mind has not broken out of that program that I can do this thing. That means some people stay in financial illiteracy because they don't even know better. They don't know that they ought to go towards financial education. Because of I started buying my first book, and I made sure at least in a month I was buying as much as 3 books to 2 books. Why? So I said I was a reading enthusiast. Once I started buying those physical books, once I want to read, I might just keep my phone in another room and I will stay with that book and I will read it. Or I use my phone to create a time lapse of me reading that book to encourage myself. Now, financial literacy is not just about earning money, because people that are financially illiterate, they also earn money. But the issue is that they don't have the skill set to manage money effectively. Money is supposed to work for you. By the time you start laboring, you start panicking. Whenever money issues come up, you know you have an issue. So now, it's not just to be rich, but to be intentional with money. Let me ask many of us here, how many of us are making good incomes, but are not intentional with the way and with the way your money goes, with where your money goes, and how you spend your money. I want to introduce another concept, from broke to having money in the bank. Whenever salary month ends and you're already dreading that amount of money is not going to be enough for you, that's when you need to start thinking about how can I make money to be in my bank consistently. You need a mindset shift from survival thinking to strategic thinking. That is why you need to read. You need to listen to podcasts. Many of us here prefer to stay with the free version of Spotify, knowing well that free version is not helping you. If you paid for a paid subscription on Spotify and you listen to books, you listen to audiobooks, you listen to podcasts that change your mind, that cause your mind to have a mindset shift. One of the first audiobooks I read I listened to on Spotify, because normally we've always had a paid Spotify premium account because you have a family account. But I realized that I had not been maximizing what was on my table. And I listened to Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. At first, when I started that book, it sounded like madness. Like, what is this man saying? Like, what is he saying? However, as I began to read the book, I believe that it is concept that your mind is already familiar with. But because you don't have structure to illuminate those things you have in your mind, you will forever be in darkness. But listening to his audiobook made me get his physical book. Later, I got The Richest Man in Babylon and a series of other audiobooks that really changed my mind. To move from financial illiteracy to financial literacy means you need to be equipped with the skills to get financial freedom. Consistency saving habits. Many of us are good savers. You know how to save money, but at the end of the day, that money ends up saving you. That means we've not built a system where we are able to separate our savings from our money needed for our living expenses. Avoid lifestyle inflation when income increases. So what does this mean? Many of us are familiar with Yahoo boys or people who make a lot of money in their business. Somebody mentioned that in 2 weeks, a business made over 1 million naira in accumulative sales and income. For some people who are financially illiterate, they see that 1 million naira that they got in 2 weeks' time as the zenith of success. They begin to misspend that money. They begin to waste that money on frivolous lifestyle. You know deep down that normally if you are ever having a little money and you just make a jollof rice at home, buy some chicken, put it in your refrigerator and be eating your stuff small, you will reduce portion sizes. But once you see an income inflation, you know, I don't feel like eating tonight, so I'm not going to go out and jaye. You're going to go out and have cocktails and mocktails. I'm going to go out and you want to see the nightlife. That's when you now know that nightlife in Lagos is important. However, this is crippling to your financial freedom because that rise inflation in your income can be for a while or it can be consistent if you manage it very well once it comes in. But if you mismanage it, my dear, you're going to go back to your portion sizes. So now, income alone does not create wealth. Understanding money does. What are common money fears we have or people have? You can mention anyone. Money fears people have. Money fears. Fear of not having enough. What is another one? Nobody knows. So let's have money fears. Fear of another one not coming in. After that last one has been exhausted. I think this is for fear of being an OTK. Another one. Fear of discussing finances. Some people cannot sit down with their friends and talk about your finances. Lately, one of my friends, she was my roommate when we were in university. She called me suddenly, oh, Missy, I heard this, and I had this opportunity. And I was so shocked because I was not even expecting. I lived with this girl for more than 4 years. But I've never had a financial conversation that could shape the way our financial horizon would look after school. So when she called me out of the blue and started talking like, I was like, oh, and I said, look at this girl. What is she on? Is she on something? She now explained to me that she actually started working with a group of people that financial discussions are as natural to them as breathing. Saving culture is as natural to them as eating. So this means the people she surrounded with around her caused her to have a mindset shift. the way she had been thinking before now began to reshaping itself. She began to see new opportunities and receive new ideas. She began to talk about land ownership. For someone like that those few moments with those new set of financially responsible people caused her to have a mindset shift. What do you think will happen if she spends 2 years intentional about her finances and financial freedom? Will she not become a high flyer? So now, these money fears, and again another money fear is fears of making mistake. Like I said, one of the first books I really read when I started becoming a lot more anxious about my financial situation was The Richest Man in Babylon. And that book is one of the simplest. It felt like the man was telling me a story. It felt like he was telling me somebody's story, but I could see myself and I could see that it was possible. There is nobody that is in debt today that cannot get out of debt. So this means that education reduces fear and knowledge builds financial confidence. The more I knew about money, the more I started acknowledging my money fears, the more I was able to accurately plan my financial landscape. So this means that we as people should not be financially ignorant of our money life. Don't think your finances are going to fall into place. You will be it will shock you. But there was a time that Opie was just frustrating my life. I had to go to the notification and off the notification because they want to run me mad. And I did what? I will still mention what I did. So one of the things you need is a smart money budget. And this is why I tell you that reading is important. There is no leader that can be a leader without being a reader. There is no high flyer that you see that is a star that was not a reader. Even the Dean of Eloquence today, he said that he had to start reading 4 times more since the implementation and integration of AI. Right? He said because AI is intelligence. If you won't give it a simple prompt, it's going to break it down into complex ideas. That means he himself, he realized that there's a need to still further educate and enrich himself with knowledge. Now, why do you need a smart money budget? In the book, The Smart Money Woman, who has watched the movie here or read the book? The book and the movie are fantastically good reads and good watch. When I first watched the movie, honestly, I could not really understand what they were trying to say. I just saw it as film. But when I read the book, it was during this time I started my PPA that I encountered the idea of buying books and I bought the physical copy. Once I read the books, it was like they removed scales from my eyes. And the stories of the characters in this book are your stories and my story. Imagine somebody earning up to 600,000, but at the end of the month, she's broke and she has nowhere to go. And financial illiteracy, one of the things it causes is that you over-rely on your family and government. Some people like this, they're always waiting for stipends from government that, if our government is about to do major things, they will actually give some people some financial incentives to do those things. Some people, they are always calling their big bro. Yes, I'm guilty of it. Once I don't have money, I'll call my family. However, there will not be an over-reliance on those systems. In Arese Ugu books, she talks about the characters and she paints the issue of financial illiteracy, financial education, financial freedom so easily that you could see the picture, you could understand the story, and it is your reality. Now, a smart money budget. A smart money budget, a budget simply tells your money where to go before it disappears. A budget simply, that's my tab please, inside the blue bag. A budget simply tells your money where to go before it disappears. Now, how many of us at the end of the month you will just be flabbergasted, where is my money? How many of us have ever related to that fact that you genuinely are puzzled that where is all the money I've made? Nobody. Thank you. That's one of my realities that at the end of the month I wonder that where did this money go? And one of the things that helped me in tracking my money was actually spending from one account and moving all my budget, all my needs to different accounts. Say for my living expenses, I can move a certain portion of my income, say 50%, to an account I know it's for my living expenses. This means my transportation, my food, and I don't really pay for utilities because I come from my mom's place most times. So transportation, food, saving towards a short-term goals that I have. There was even a time I spoiled my system battery and you have to fix it like 60,000. It was from these type of places that I moved those money. But when I was spending from one account, that the account, one of those going pum, you know, missing 3,000, 4,000, 6,000, 10,000, 9,999. You will not understand what is going on. So now, a smart money budget. What are the basic structures of a smart money budget? A smart money budget is cutting your expenses, your investments, your spending, even your giving and your lifestyle spending. Just imagine them as cakes, as a large cake. As a large pie. Each piece of the pie is a slice of your living expenses, is a slice of your lifestyle spending. There are many of us that believe that once you work hard, you're going to play harder. Because that play harder that you play is going to make you work harder. So those type of people now, they need a lifestyle spending. It is not wrong in itself. In our book, The Smart Money Woman by Arise Ugu, Zara is somebody that she loves to go out for cocktails with her friends. They love to buy trendy new outfits. They love to get into what is hot and nice for girls. However, she realized that if she does not curtail that lifestyle spending for a little time, she's going to be in financial trouble. Now, budgeting helps you to avoid waste. It helps you to avoid financial stress, and it gives you peace of mind. Some people, once they start panicking about money, they know deep down that if it's not another 31st of the month, or till somebody contacts them that they need something done, or they need the services to be provided, they will not see any money. Because of that fear, they begin to have anxiety, they begin to overthink, they begin to have hypertension issues, it begins to affect their overall health. However, if we start using a smart money budget, or even a budget that tells your money where to go, okay, 20% of my money is for my short-term financial goals. 10% of my money is for my long-term financial goals, or 20% also. Then 60% is for my living expenses. Because yes, we live in Nigeria where the cost of living is astronomically high. Now, what are smart money goals? What are smart goals in itself? Smart goals are goals that you plan to help you achieve both your short-term goals and your long-term goals. So for smart goals, we have the short-term and we have the long-term. Now, short-term goals are your rent. It is saving a portion of your income towards saving for your rent. So this could take from 0 to 2 years. It can be planning for a relocation. You probably don't like where you live right now, and you're thinking of relocating, but you don't have that money cash at hand. So what do? You create a budget, or you create a savings targeted towards that, and that will be a short-term goal for you to do. Now, long-term financial goals are targeted at your what? Financial freedom, your financial independence. At this point, if you are somebody that have been practicing your short-term financial goals, having a long-term financial goal will help you more. Because when you are doing short-term financial goals, it was helping you have momentum and discipline. Because yes, it is not easy to start. When I started taking my financial life seriously, you will be shocked at how fast you can turn things around. You will be shocked at how fast your life can go from 0 to 100, blink of an eye, 90 days, if you are disciplined. That means when we are dealing with short-term financial goals, it helps us build momentum from saving 1,000 naira per day, or 250 naira per day, to saving 1,000 naira per day, to saving some amount of huge money weekly. And some of us are not people that wait for salary earners. Sometimes the job comes, somebody calls, oh, Missy, I need to grow my 2 dogs, maybe you'll be available. I'll say, okay, I'll come on Thursday, or on Wednesday, my off day. And I go to that person's place, and he pays me some certain amount of money. And grooming is a job that person obviously doesn't want me to come the next day to come and groom his dog again, right? So that means that my income is not consistent. It's a kind of dynamic type of income. And again, depends on the customer base you have. But for people that don't have a 9 to 5, a salary job, and they depend on this type of dynamic incomes, they need to have budgets in place. They need to have goals in place that help them maximize the income that is coming into their accounts. So now, long-term financial goals, this focus on financial independence. Somebody among us could want to have a property by 2030. Somebody amongst us might want to be a house owner by 2035. This is like 10-year span. For you to get to your long-term goals, you need to be consistently achieving your short-term goals. And there's a kind of dopamine your brain gives your body once you achieve a goal. Even any goal. Sometimes I started making it a culture of doing one particular thing in my room every day. This could be sweeping your room every day, or making your bed immediately you get up from your bed. It's a little thing, but those type of little task rewards you with dopamine. So that little dopamine convinces your brain that if you can do this little one, you can do the harder ones. And if you can do the harder ones, you can also do much harder ones, and you can go on to your easy ones for whichever benefits you. So now, long-term financial goals can include building your stock portfolio. It can include diversifying your assets. It can include being a landowner. Recently, I watched Pastor Olumide's YouTube video where he talked about people owning land, people joining money to buy land. And he was asking us that why are we that we're in our 20s, we are not thinking of this thing. Many of my friends, many of the people around me, 500,000 is a small amount of money to them. But we've never thought of how to maximize the current opportunities we have to achieve financial literacy and long-term financial freedom and independence. So now, set realistic budgets for you. Because budget 600k works for somebody doesn't mean it's going to work for you. And be honest with yourself. Don't see it as something to put you down. See it as a stepping factor. See it as a stepping stone. See it as the beginning. There's nobody that has been where they are that didn't have a beginning. So once you set realistic budget that fits your money income lifestyle, it works for you. However, if you go and overdo and you later burn out, you only have yourself to blame because you now will be more discouraged to set up a healthy financial lifestyle. Now, emergency funds. Build your emergency funds. I cannot iterate the importance of building your emergency fund. Let me use an example of my mom. My mom is still those type of people that she uses OPay. She loves OPay a lot, but she still has a physical colo. Now, colo is a sort of structure that you make to save money. That is your physical notes. And she's someone that once she sells, let's say today she made 100% sales, she's always going to put 30% into that colo. No matter how much the money, she's going to wrap it in like rubbers and put it there. They will sometimes, because she sells soft drinks, sometimes they want to deliver drinks for her, and the supplier tells her, oh, by next week to next month, this product is going to be scarce. I would advise you buy it. But initially, she only budgeted her money to buy some specific amount, maybe 60 units. But because of the advice of the supplier, she now feels what? She feels inclined to get more product. But because she does not have that money, cash at hand, she will now walk into her colo, open it, start counting her money, before you know, when we come out, she will buy almost 150 units of that product. And it's going to pay her long term because once the need for that product increases, when people are starting looking for it, they will come to her and buy wholesale, which means she's going to make her money quicker and return the emergency fund. Now, what are the type of emergencies? You have your job loss. How much is with you right now? That if you lose your job, how long is the money in your account going to last you? A month? 3 months? 6 months? 1 year? So that means job loss are sometimes unplanned events like job loss can set somebody to becoming financially unstable. Another one is unexpected repairs. Many of us in Lagos that have cars or have vehicles, you can relate to the fact that that road is dangerous to your car engine. Sometimes you be driving and you just hear a large thud, bam, you say, engine, the engine has hit the ground. And these repairs, these bad roads, cause you to spend more money. Causes you to what? Spend more money. You are repairing car. The car wants to kill you. To the extent that you're also spending more money on your car than your partner. You are spending more money on your car than your family. You are spending more money on your car than your children. You will come home, your children, and say, Daddy, we need to please. Because you know what your eyes have seen. And you know the damage that road has done to your vehicle. Another example of an emergency is health emergencies, medical issues. There are various people amongst us. I remember a popular, I can't pinpoint his name, but I know him. He does video editing, video creation for music videos. TJ Omori, thank you. TJ Omori had a medical crisis, which I think involved his kidney. To the extent that various people were donating kidneys to him, but he was not getting better. He said he spent a lot of money. Imagine if he didn't have financial fund, if he didn't have an emergency fund to tap into. Imagine if he did not have a resource to go and tap into that, oh, I need this for my health care, because the person where they live in will make money. If you don't die, it's learning, one chance. if you die along the way of financial suffering, you have gone. There is no do-overs. It's just one life you have. But see John Murray, because he had a nicely cushioned emergency fund, he is still alive today. Am I lying? If he did not have all that money to take care of his health, how would he have survived that emergency? Is he the first person to have kidney issues? So that's to show you how serious you should take your emergency funds. Ideally, if you are starting out, 3 to 6 months of your 3 to 6 months of your income is sufficient. If you can build a 3 months to 6 months income for your emergency funds, and you can do it little by little over the span of 6 months, and build it and keep it. Now, there are some people that build emergency funds successfully. Then they go to tap into it for non-emergencies. Your family is about to do a huge party. They are telling you that they want to buy ashwebi, which is a choosing attire that is worn by all of the family. It can be of the same color or the same print. Now, because you know your salary is today is still 15, your salary is not going to come into 31. You're not going to tap into your emergency fund, which is foolishness in itself. By the time you pay for sewing expenses, you pay to travel down to wherever they're going to be having the function, you spray money now because you also want to show yourself. You spray money that is your emergency fund, you end up injuring yourself. That means your emergency funds are strictly for emergencies. Now, emergencies for each of us differs. So define your own emergency. I also define my own, and I'll stick to it. Even when people are coming to tell me that, Baba, it doesn't concern you. So now, having an emergency funds reduces panic. It prevents debt, and you have peace of mind. Some people, even if they don't have an emergency fund and they need the money urgently, they've gone to all these loan apps. They don't run open and I'll pay it. You are teaching yourself a culture of debt. You are teaching yourself how to become a debtor. If you have an emergency fund, it prevents you from accumulating unnecessary debts. If you have an emergency fund, it reduces panic. If you have an emergency fund, it gives you peace of mind. Now, one of the things my partner complains about me is that I love spending his money when we go out on dates. However, there's another date I love more than that date, which is money dates. So that money dates are a specific scheduled time. You sit with yourself. Yoruba will say, you will call yourself, you sit with yourself. What is going on? Review your finances. Track your savings. See what you are spending on that are liabilities and not assets. Liabilities are loans. Liabilities are things that take your money without giving you anything back in return. Now, how many of us regularly check our spending habits? How many of us, after doing that transfer from OPay or from our banking apps, go back to check, oh, this 10,000, what was it for? Oh, this money, did I need to send this money at that time? I remember a few days ago, some of my siblings reached out to me that they wanted to renew our Spotify subscription. And I said, okay. I just said, okay. I didn't reply to his chat after that, okay. And I thought about it, that, this Spotify, should I pay for it? Now I realized I will need this Spotify because I love listening to music so much. All my families love listening to music. That means if I don't send them their money, they're going to keep pestering me till I eventually send it. So I send them the money. So after I sent it, this evening, I was reviewing my spending I had done earlier this week to this period. So I was reviewing from Sunday last week to Sunday this week to see how much I spent, to see what I spent. How many of us go back and reflect and check it? Okay, I spend this, I spend that, I spend this. How do you track your spending habits? Now, planning your financial goals. Having money dates help you plan your financial goals. Sometimes you could have a short goal, such as fixing your system. I said now that my system got spoiled a while ago, the battery. And when I wanted to fix it, I had no cash at hand initially to fix it. And I went to my friend who is an engineer that works in Alaba. And I told him, oh, can you help me do this? I'm going to pay you at so time. And he said, okay. And the repair cost me about 55 to 60,000. And he fixed my system battery for me, enabling me to be able to use my system whenever I needed it. At the end of the day, I made a short-term financial goal to save up to repay him. That means I set a short-term financial goal to repay a debt. And that debt was useful because if I did not have the money to repair that system, and I needed the system. So that's an example of productive borrowing, not borrowing as for liabilities. So now, planning your financial goals. Having money dates means you can review your plans. Okay, I did this. I achieved point A to C. I would like to go for point D. I would like to go to J. It is possible if you plan it. And I said before, income alone does not create wealth. Understanding how money moves, how money behaves, does. So now, net worth and network. Your net worth and your network. Your net worth is all you own, what you own. Your network includes your savings, your properties, includes your properties, your savings, your investments. So for your net worth, how many of us can accurately guess how much they are worth? I think it's for only billionaires or millionaires. It's also for you. Because once you know your problem, my dear, you can solve that problem. But once you're not aware of where to start, you are lost. Sit down, calculate what are the things they can say belongs to me. How much do I have in savings? How much do I have sitting in the bank? How much are people owing me? Because sometimes you lend money to your friends. How much do I have? What assets do I have? Do I have stocks? And you will find that these things are easy, they are very easy to do. But because we don't comprehend it, we remain stuck in financial cages. Now, your network. Your network matters more than you think. Your network is the people around you. This means surrounding yourself with financially responsible people matters. I mentioned my roommate reached out to me a while ago, and she was sounding so smart. I had to start checking up that, hold on, is this her name on the call? And I thought it was her. And I realized that the network she has started surrounding herself with has started causing her mind to shift, has started causing her mind to open. That means her network created opportunities for her that was only accessible to her because of the relationships she had with them and the knowledge sharing when they were interacting. So now what do? Your network matters. Look around yourselves. There is a popular saying that you are a reflection of the 5 people that you spend yourself with. That means when I started my PPA and I mentioned my female boss, who is the average reader, I'm also the average reader, but I had something to pick for my culture, which was buying physical books. I started to imbibe a culture, which was a good culture. I started to read books written by people that are financially educated, such as Napoleon Hill and The Richest Man in Babylon, The Smart Money Woman by Aris Ugu. Those type of books opened my mind to horizon I had not even imagined. Even Albert Einstein, he said that imagination beats, who knows it? Nobody. He said imagination beats knowledge. Your capacity to imagine beats your ability to even gain knowledge. If you gain that knowledge and you're not able to imagine a life that is useful for you, you've not done anything. This brings me to envision the life you want. You know deep down that the financial situation you are in, you are not comfortable with it. Why don't you make yourself a bit uncomfortable to get knowledge that will set you free? How many of us can say they accurately take time to handle their financial planning? Maybe as simple as watching a short YouTube video. Betrayals. It may be as short as watching YouTube videos to enrich your mind. It may be as easy as choosing to buy a book instead of that jollof rice platter on Global. It might be as easy of choosing to listen to an audio book over buying that asun rice or that asun jollof rice or that asun stir fry. So now, envision the life you want. It was when I realized that I don't like how my finances are moving. That was when I began to think, I want this. What do I want? What do you want your money to do for you? When do you want your money to work for you? How can your money work for you? Do you desire to travel? Do you desire to have a career advancement? Okay, if you plan for career advancement, are you setting money aside to be certified that will fast track your development? If you desire to travel, have you even determined that, okay, this place I'm traveling, I want to go to Omo Resort. So once I go to Omo Resort, it's going to cost me about 120,000 to stay there. Why don't you set a short-term financial goal that I want to travel to Omo Resort? Many of the times when I track my spending habits, I eventually see that many of the things I spend my money on are useless and I don't need them. And it pays me now to buy books and keep it in my room. You should be looking at me, I might not read it. So if I wake up and look at the title, I will read you soon. Just calm down. It pays me than when I spend money on skincare or spend money on other things. I'm not saying those things in themselves are not useful, but are they useful to the financial life you want? Many of us desire to travel, but we see it as a Herculean task to achieve. Many of us cannot just go to Badagry. Okay, I want to go and see the slaves. You will be thinking, we know when I used to go there, travel, take myself down. And if you check it, it doesn't really cost as much as you think. It is not a bad thing to love luxury items. If you adequately plan your financial life, I have many people that they plan every month that I must buy a bag. And they still do it being financially smart about it. So that means buying those luxury items are not the issue. It is the way your planning works that is the issue. If you are getting those items, those instant gratification, at the cost of your future long-term goals, it's going to harm you later. So now, optimize learning approach. Know what your problem is. Know where you are. Optimize learning approach. Know where you are. And again, optimize. Use your Google. Like this, any small thing, I went to ChatGPT. You can blame me, say Gen Z, I accept. I'm done for, I know, yes. It's a continuous relationship. I have already subjected myself to that fact. I use Google a lot. If I don't know something, if I see a concept, when I read Arese Google book, that was when I became enlightened about stocks, diversified asset portfolio. I was like, all this grammar is too much. I could not understand. So I will go. I wrote about 102 of the terms she mentioned in her book that I did not understand, that I have not heard before, and I took an optimized learning approach to them. So every day, I'm knowing that sometimes I'm very diligent, like I could do 50 things a day, and there are some days that I would barely do one. But once I knew myself, if I feel like doing 50 that day, I would take my Google, I will Google it, I will listen to people speak about it. It can be short clips, 10 minutes. Don't overwhelm yourself. You know that you don't have a great attention span and you love doing things distract you a lot like me. Don't overwhelm yourself. Start small. What is an asset? What are stocks? What are the type of stocks we have? What are diversified portfolios? What are income? Yes. What are ways people make income in 2026? How to own a property? People that have owned properties. By the time I started doing this, I was using optimized learning to learn more about how my financial landscape is going to be. And you might even think that buying stocks is one big deal, like you have to become a billionaire. It's not really that hard, I'm telling you. You just need to know. Somebody said, that was Mr. Ayodeji, Mr. Ayodesha, the man that spoke about artificial intelligence. He said, for you to create a website, it's going to take you less than 2 minutes. But for you to research on how to do it, for you to get that knowledge, it's going to take you a lot of time. That means, also as being said, that you're going to sweat. Success wants you to have her. Financial freedom wants you to have her. I mentioned before that even as a Christian, you have a duty to be rich because kingdom advancement needs money. You want to go and preach, you want to go and do evangelism, it needs money. Are you going to be sweating, you don't need cold table water? Or you not eat? Or the people that bring Jesus to you, not tell them, take food self, come and hear about Jesus. Somebody that is hungry, you come and tell me, Jesus loves you. That person might not listen to you. However, if you are going financially prepared, you first give that person food, no, put them under canopy, let them sit and rest. There is nothing you tell them, I'm telling you, their attention is on you. So that means every one of us has a duty to take financial responsibility for our lives. I tell my friends a lot of the times that you are the network I have. If I'm going to be rich, you must also be rich. You have a duty to me to be rich. So in the future, I'll say, oh, let me call my friend, she's into this, and this. If you're able to reach out to me, then let me call Miss Yoluwa, she's into this, or this. However, if you don't build and take financial responsibility for ourselves, how can you be that rich friend? How can you be that rich uncle? How can you be that rich auntie if you're also struggling with your financial education and literacy? So now, money is meant to serve us. It is not meant to control us. It is next speaker already. Money is meant to serve us and not to control us. This means we must learn how to make money serve us. We must learn how to make money embrace us. And we must learn how to control money. By the time you control your money effectively, you become financially literate. On that part, you achieve financial independence. I hope I've been able to sensitize you today. I hope I've been able to make you think about how you're going to take your financial life seriously. I hope at this junction, each one of us will be able to sit down on money dates with ourselves and begin to structure our financial life. Thank you. I remain Imisi Oluwa Ekine. At this junction, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Oh wow, that's a wonderful one, like a very wonderful one, a very wonderful one. Good morning. I said good morning. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'll just be, continuing from where she stops, because it's quite similar to my topic. Actually, very similar to my. I'll be talking about the power of atmosphere, making your space, making the space around you for good, like making your space, your present space for good, and unlocking the life you want. And part of the life everyone here wants is what? Financial stability, right? Which is quite close to what she has spoke about, right? But I will start with this question. Are you listening to me? Yes. I want her attention, please. I'll start with this question. How many of you go taller or fatter because you force yourself? Can you hear me? How many of you go taller or fatter or shorter because you forced yourself? Is there anybody like that? Is there anybody like, no, you didn't cost your goods, you cooperated with it. Do you get that? You did what? You didn't cost your goods, you only cooperated with the natural biological process by, eating as you ought to eat, living an healthy environment, getting rest. So that's how growth happens, not by force, but by what? But by flow. I said my topic is the power of atmosphere, shaping the world around you for growth, to unlock the life you want. But one time there's something I've realized, that when it comes to personal growth, when it comes to personal development, when you want to build yourself either in terms of your career, in terms of your finance, what we always do is we try to force ourselves. We try to run harder, learn stronger, just try to push yourself to do some things. And when you really do this, you cannot really build sustainable change by forcing yourself, or sustainable routine by forcing yourself. But the best way is actually to design the system, because even for your growth to happen, your biological growth to happen, the creator does not have to create, or how will I put it, do some things every time. But what did he do? He actually set a system that naturally, if you follow the process, you're going to see the results. Which means if I want to go in any area of my life, the most important thing is to design the system first. To design the space that will make that growth comes by flow and not by force. So you need to understand that you don't have to force your profession, you don't have to force you don't have to stop your daily responsibility to actually grow in any area of your life. But personal growth requires that you build growth within your daily activity. It requires that even on your most exhausted day, you should still be pulled forward. I'm not asking you to subscribe to indiscipline or mediocrity, but I'm trying to tell you that there is really an atmosphere where everything works. I mean everything, literally. There's an atmosphere where discipline becomes normal, where effort comes naturally, and where progress becomes your rhythm. But this does not happen by accidents. It happens by designing the right atmosphere, by making your current atmosphere works for you and not against you. And for this to happen, you must be intentional about your immediate atmosphere. You must be intentional about your digital atmosphere. You must be intentional about those close to you. You must be intentional about your daily routine. And when you intentionally structure these things for good, you see your growth happening almost automatically. So your daily activity does not really have to begin with something an heroic effort, trying to push yourself, trying to pull yourself or something. But it can happen by, it can happen by flow, by designing the right atmosphere. And that's why I'm saying this morning, that to build that life you want, one of what it requires is not even more about doing, it's more about designing. And because of this, there are 5 layers of atmosphere I'll be talking about, 5 layers of them. The first one is your microsystem. And when I mean your microsystem, what does your microsystem mean? Your microsystem has to do with your daily point of contact. It's the closest layer of influence in everyone's life. It has to do with your family, your friends, your school, your working place. That's your micro atmosphere. And when we come to even a more modernized one, talking about current day and time, it has to do with the notification that gives you when you unlock your phone, the arrangement of your room. There's a way you can arrange your room. Okay, let me give a very simple one. Your phone is beside you, and because your phone is beside you, it becomes a distraction. You have something you're supposed to do, but because that phone is close, you just pick it up and start scrolling through, and that's 2-3 hours you're just on your phone. That's the wrong atmosphere. I don't know if you're getting me. Are we listening? Yes, I want to have focus, please. So, what am I trying to say? Your microsystem, when you think about it, is the arrangement of your room. Notification that gives you when you lock your phone. The communication you have on your way to work. There's also the person you discuss with first in the morning can actually, lift you up for that day, for acceleration for that day, or even stop you from taking your daily action. Why? Because there's something the person just there, you just feel how will I be now? You just feel stuck to carry on that daily activity. Why? Because the person discouraged you. So you have to really understand what that microsystem means. So imagine you actually working with somebody that would even encourage you. You're not even planning to read a book, but because of what the person actually told you that morning, because of the conversation you had, you said, no, it means I'll pick this book and read it. Just as she was saying, when I sat, normally, even as a student, I was quite serious when it comes to academics. I just read my school book, but I don't really read any other book outside school. It was later when I was in school, I really realized that. I think it was after, I can't really remember the break now, and I started reading other books. And I saw the value in other books, which is even more than the value in my school book. And that changed my life. But this is even when it comes interesting. A friend of mine that was telling me about it. The boy that was telling me about it, and I said, okay, share some ebooks with me. Do you know what he said that really affected me, that got to me? He said, if I actually read even half of this book in my life, I think my life will not be the way it is now. So some of us, we have a big library, we have so many things around us that can even benefit us, but we not really find a way to integrate those things into our daily activity. So the key point in what I'm trying to say is there is an atmosphere where everything works, like literally everything. And for this to really happen, for your microsystem to really happen, there are some things you have to do. So if you want your immediate atmosphere, like when you unlock your phone, you want everything to work for you. Your friend cycle, you want it to work for you. Your media space, you want it to work for you. The conversation you have on your way to work, you want it to work for you. The arrangement of your room, like your working space, you want it to work for you. Then listen to these 4 steps I'll be giving. The first thing is, don't start your day with consumption, but with creation. Wow. And when I mean creation, it's simple. Just listen. When I mean creation, it's simple. Because sometimes the reason why someone will come to you in the morning and 2-3 hours they are discussing, eating into your day, is because you've not planned the day. So if you don't plan your day, someone else will plan it for you. Sometimes when I see somebody saying happy birthday, you look deep down, how many of days or hours in those days have you really spent for yourself? So when you say happy birthday, it's not the life yet to be spent, it's the life spent that you are celebrating. It's the life spent. So you have to really think, like, how many of those hours have I really spent for myself? And that's why I always start my day, I have 4C for the day. Every day I must do my 4C. Creation, consumption, clearing, and connecting. That connecting is a way of me reinforcing every other thing. Creation, connection, consumption, and clearing. Creation, connection, consumption, clearing. Also mention, yeah. When I say creation now, creation has to do with, that's where idea comes. Creation, like that's where idea and execution comes. But if you notice people like Steve Jobs, they'll tell you they have thinking time. Because sometimes if you don't plan to do some certain things, you will never actually do them. You won't know you have that potential in you. That's the thinking time. You want to think. You want to just think. You want to think over some certain thing. And for some people, creation works in 2 ways. It also works in execution. You have some things you've actually outlined that you want to do before, you want to achieve before. This can also be time you achieve them. Now the second thing is consumption. Is how you fuel yourself. It's how you fuel yourself. Is it book you want to read? Is it a course you want to take? That's where consumption comes in. So if I'm able to do my creation like this, I'm able to, get the idea I want to do, I'm able to execute some tasks I want to do, then that will lead me to what? Consumption. Yeah, it's leading me to consumption. Now, what I call connecting is always in the evening. I don't know if there's something I shared with a friend of mine while we were in camp. I told him that, even if you are alone, don't live with a mentality of, how will I put it, a determined person. I may not be busy now, but if you chat me up that can you have a call, I'll tell you please, I'll get back to you. It's a sign that you are careful with your life, so nobody can just bag into me and get my. No, it's not possible. You cannot just bag into me and just want to shatter the activity for me. So sometimes there are a lot of notifications that they just believe you are always there to just answer their replies on WhatsApp. Do you know what? Let me tell you the way the brain functions. If you are doing a particular task now, for instance, let me say you are inputting 50% of energy into that task. Immediately anything distracts you from that task is eating out of the energy. And for you to come back to that task, you need another energy to first of all think of concentrating again. So what I've done over time is let the notification wait, let there be that people know that there is a specific time you really see this guy replies to your message. So you don't just bag into me and want to get my time. So I have the time for creation, the time for consumption. So the time of clearing is also a way of me saying that you have to do the two very well. In terms of connection and clearing, if once I'm able to achieve my creation and consumption very well, it's not an opportunity for me to connect later in the evening. Because connection too is important. You have said your network is your net worth, right? So connection too is important, but that's later in the evening. So that way it won't eat my time. But imagine I start my day with connection. I don't know if you're getting me. Like I just wake up in the morning, I don't start my day that way. Because it can lead to distraction. That's why you have to give yourself something solid to stand up before the storm of the day begin. Something solid to stand up. So that's why I don't start. So when I start with either creation and consumption, then that clearing connection is always in the evening. And clearing, this is what I call clearing. Clearing is where you now want to take analysis of what you've done in the day. Have I really achieved my task for this day? Have I really achieved it? Like, what did I do that would have done better? What did I do that I was not even supposed to do at all? Sometimes there are some things you actually act out and you're not supposed to even. Why waste your time? Why do them at all? They are not needed. So that's what happens in clearing. Reflections happen there. So that's why you now say, okay, although I use these two methods, but I think this method is better because this one method is more faster and more efficient and more effective. Because if you don't do clearly, sometimes we are living in a world of AI now, but you might still be living in the world where they are still using Google search. I don't know if you're getting me. So clearing does a lot for you. It helps you to be more efficient, more productive. That's when okay, I don't need this method again. I have to implement more method. I have to eliminate some of the method I'm using. That's what happened in clearing. So if you can leave this first C for you, it might not go in in this order, but just make sure every day you have the 4C complete. Every day you have the 4C complete. And you see yourself gradually become the version of you once dreamed of. I always say, for every dream to materialize, you must wake up from the state of unconsciousness to conscious action. That's why it's called a dream. Because in the place of unconsciousness, it's called a dream for us, right? For every dream to ever actualize, you must wake up from that place of unconsciousness to a place of conscious action. If not, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So what we have intentionally integrated this into my life is to create that daily. So see, let me tell you, I don't have to force myself to pick a book to read. My daily activity will force me to read a book. No, I'm not actually telling you what I'm not doing. It's what I'm doing. So there's a way I've structured my life that's even if I'm tired of living the life, I cannot stop living the life. So that's just the way it works. That's just the way it works. Then the second one, I said, first one, start your day with creation, and then I gave you the first thing. The second one is what? Rearrange for results. Let your present environment don't reflect your future, not your past. Your current environment, let it reflect your future. Now we are in the world of AI. You can just go to ChatGPT and tell him, based on what you know about me, what do you think I can be in the next 4 years? If you've been using that chart well, if you've been using it, what do you think I can be in you know what this does? And if it does not know, tell the AI your goal. And tell the AI to generate an image of you. Give AI a picture. Tell him to generate an image of you in that your dream office. In that your dream. Thank you very much. Now, see, let me tell you. Listen, please, let me tell you. Let's work with her. Let's work with her. That's a good one, right? But should I tell you one way to bring that dream to life? Now, they generate an image of it. When you generate the image, place the image in your room. I don't know. You are trying to rearrange your results now. When you place that image in your room, let me go back to her now. The earlier speaker, and now you're feeling now like you're feeling weak to take the course, and you know you want to become what? An health what? A global health. So when you see the picture and you're looking yourself, you've not read. Or there's a particular application you're supposed to apply for because of the form is somehow long. You've not filled it. When you see that image, you remind yourself, is this where I'm really going? Then you'll be pushed to take action. Are we getting that? You'll be pushed to take action because your immediate environment is now reflecting your future. Though you are not there physically, but you're already bringing that dream into what? Realization. So let your current environment reflect your future, not your past. I know, like we are presenting here now, that's a level of achievement, but let it go by. Let's dream for something bigger because we're already in it already. I don't know if you're getting me. You're already in it already. So don't let your current space, don't let it reflect your past. Yes, I love pictures, probably you're like me too. But when you finish checking the picture, let it push you forward, not make you stay behind. So the next one now, after curating, starting your day with creation, not consumption. I also say rearrange for results, right? After rearranging for results, what do you want to do now? You want to train your inner mind. Now I have the picture in my room. That's a lot actually. Just look at the picture long enough. A lot of things will be going, okay, for me to now be in this global X or whatever now. As you keep looking at the picture, you start seeing the things you have to be doing in your current space that will lead you towards that route. You start seeing the things you must be doing that will lead you towards that route. So when you see an health news or what, you start subscribing to health news because you have to be current. To be a currency in your current time. You have to be current to be a currency in this current time. So you have to see, and that's just it. Because if you're not current, then it means you're not needed now. I can't use that as a currency. You have to be current. So that picture is one way you are trying to. It will force you to read. You just it means there's something I always look at that really amazes me. There are some things I've applied for. It's not because I'm physically there, but it's because somebody posted it. I'm here now today because somebody posted it on our status. Yes, because I created the right words, atmosphere. Just somebody posted it on our status and I just eat up, chat up, and that was all. So these things are quite important. First, let the picture be on your wall. Let it be there. And as you look at the picture, you are reminded. That's the way some of us have game on our phone. You have some things that you don't know. That's just what those things are actually doing. So when you see them, you don't intend to play the game, but when you see the game, you go for it. So imagine you are placing your future in your room. You know what that does to you? Even if you're in your bed, you're on your bed 4 a.m. and you're supposed to be up, when you see that picture, you say, no, I can't live my life like this. You can't live my life like this. Why? Because you have something pushing you towards the better version of you. Positively. And the next one you want to do is what? The next one you want to do now, guard your emotional climate. This is very, very key. Guard your emotional climate. You don't need people who listen to your dream alone. No, you don't need those ones alone. You need people that talk you into your dream. They talk you into it. They speak when you tell them, okay, this and this is what I have to do. They don't just believe in it, but they tell you that, okay, these are the things you also have to do to achieve that dream. So you work with people that talk you into your dream. That talk you into your dream, into the better version of yourself. So just a way of recap, I mentioned 4 things. I said first, start your day with what? Creation. Rearrange your results. That's making your current space reflect your future. And the third one, I said, guarding your emotional what? Climate. And the fourth one, that's training your inner voice, right? When I also explain with the picture, that you see the picture, you're being pushed to pursue your future goal. That's all about what? The microsystem now. The microsystem. That's microsystem. Now going to the second one. This is where it even gets more interesting. This one is called the MESCO system. This is actually a book I wrote actually. The MESCO system. It's a book. I have it there. I have some copies. The MESCO system. What did I call the MESCO system? The MESCO system is simple. Probably you're having this issue of, you have a good, some of us at home like this, just you charge. Everything is clicking well. If you are, so you'll be like, I think this one is more even better for some of us. Whenever you are in school, you're just too okay. You achieve your goal, you do more. But when you travel home, you'll be very, very, I don't know, how many of you can relate to that? When you're in your space, you achieve more. But when you are like at home, that's how it feels. That's what your MESCO system is talking about. That's what your MESCO system. Your MESCO system is how two of your microsystem either work together or work against each other. When they work together, it accelerates you. But when they work against each other, it silently sabotages your progress. So it's how your two atmosphere, how they work together. That's what is called the MESCO system. And I'll give you an example. Let me say you have a good morning habits, but a stressful work day, like just going to the office and doing your tasks at the office, you just feel overwhelmed that even your morning meditation has been undone. And I will also explain this. This is also a very good one. You have a desire now, to proceed in your career. You've done your degree and now you're thinking of going for masters. And speak with 1 or 2 friends. And speaking with those 1 or 2 friends, the guy reminded you of, even this degree, what are you doing with it? Have you seen work? Now you want to go for masters. What is that thing doing? It's working against your goal to go forward. That's MESCO system. That is not what's aligned. But imagine you are not discussing with someone, you're discussing again, you said, and I want to start gymming. What can you tell me about? And the guy tell you that gymming, you want to go and waste your money again. I don't know if you're getting me. That's one aspect. That's your relationship affecting your desire to become what? Fit. That's your MESCO system working against each other. And there's something powerful about MESCO system. When you actually harness the power of MESCO system, it's an internalized transformation. It's internalized or transformation. And this is how it does it. It's quite simple. There was a time in my life, I bought an antiseptic and I was using it as I'm supposed to use it. Like I was using it very well. But in months, I didn't see, there was no results. I'm not seeing any results. I'm not getting results. And my cousin bought the same pillow, the same cream. And it's less than 1 week. He was not telling me that, but look at my face is looking smoother, it's looking fresh. And I said, what are you using? He told me. I said, but that's the same thing I'm using for months and there's no results. And I said, he doesn't know then. And I said, okay, I'll take an analysis on myself and I'll evaluate what's really wrong. You know what I discovered? Now, this is what I actually did. I tried to analyze that, why will this thing work for my cousin and it won't work for me? Then I realized that although I'm using the right thing, but I've not stopped the behavior that caused the habits. Are you getting me? I was using the right cream, but I've not stopped the behavior, which means that behavior is undoing the effect of the antiseptic. And it's simple. Let me give you an example now. Some of you attend seminar, you attend program, webinar, and in that webinar you make a resolution that as from today, I'll start reading one book every week. As from today, I'll stop taking soda drink. As from today, I'll stop doing this. It's only just to return back to the same environment that undo the result of that seminar. You just return back home and all the resolution you make. Some people now, this January, they made a lot of resolution, but this is the first month of the year. They've gone back into their former patterns. That's MESCO system misaligned. That's your MESCO system misaligned. Let me also share another one. There was a time a friend of mine, I followed him on Facebook, on Instagram too. And this is because I've actually trained those algorithm, right? I've trained those algorithm in the sense that when I'm scrolling through now, I'm learning. But when he moved to another platform, which I would not like to mention the name because it's a global platform, when he moved to another social media platform, I was asked to download it. I downloaded it. So when I just decided to just follow him and then like some of his content there, while I was scrolling through, I spent like more than 1 hour, and I noticed that nothing was adding up to my life, like nothing, because so many things I was seeing, it was like, to me it was just wasting my time. It was empty entertainment. That's what I call it, empty entertainment. So that moment, what did I do? I just told him that, guy, please, at least I follow you on another platform. This one, no, I will not follow you for now. Why? Because I've not trained the algorithm. So if I say, okay, I just want to go and comment on your post, if I actually go there because of that, unknowing to me, I will gradually build another atmosphere that will work against my current one. I don't know if you're getting me. Because every other field in that place for that at that moment is not reflecting my value. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not reflecting my value. So if I decide to follow you there and every day I'm liking your comment, I'm liking your post, commenting on it, gradually I'll be building another space that will be working against me. Because I only want to, just comment on your post, but somehow I'm still there. And the things I'm feeding on, they are not in alignment with my value. Do you understand that? So at that point, I just honor him. I said, since I follow another platform, this one I won't follow you. So the truth is, don't say because you want to be loyal or honest to your friend, you're not building an atmosphere that is working against you. So sometimes you have to stand your ground and be firm. Say it in love. Because it's not really about them at that moment, it's about you. Because immediately you subscribe to that place, algorithm is so bad in a way that it is going to give you more content that since you subscribe to one that is similar, it will give you more content in that area. So that's what I just did. Instead of him building an atmosphere that I'm not later working in, I just tell him, so for now I'm following another platform, but this one I'm not ready for this platform because I'm not ready to train the algorithm. So let us just pause for now. And now what are those steps now I can use to build, I'm discovering a misalignment in one or two of my microsystem. So how can I build a good MESCO system? How can I build a good MESCO system? The first thing is, you first of all evaluate your current microsystem. I hope you know the difference between the two. Evaluate your current microsystem, your current little atmosphere. Evaluate it. Okay. What I do in school, my inner cycle, my media space, does it really reflect my value? Is any of them working against each other? Is any of them in alignment with each other? That's what you want to really identify out there. Just like the cream I said I was using initially, I noticed it was not working. And why was it not working? It was because although I was using the right cream, but I've not stopped what the habit causing the cream. It's causing the rashes. Do you get that point now? So now you want to evaluate, okay, which of these system is working together, which one is not working together. So those ones that is not working together, you can now know what to do, because sometimes if you don't know what the problem is, then you can't solve it. You have to know the what before you can solve the why that makes the what a problem. So that's what you want to do at that point. You want to evaluate your current microsystem and know the ones that feed each other and the ones that compete with each other. Then after you've done this, then what's the next thing you have to do? Yes, now I've actually studied them. I've seen, okay, this is what is not working, this is what is working. Then you move to the next step. And the next step you have to do is what? Integrate your role What do I mean? Don't be a different person on social media. Don't be a different person at home. I don't know if you are like, you are A on social media, you are B at home. Some people are like that. Their social media space is not reflecting the kind of life they want. Okay, you're telling me you're learning how you want to be a public health educator, and when I actually log into your Facebook, I'm not seeing news about, you're not following public experts, like public educators experts. You're not following them. On your YouTube, you're not following them. On Instagram, you're not following them. Which means if you decide to spend 1 or 2 hours on each of those platforms daily, you've not really gained, like you've not really built yourself in terms of public health. I don't know if you're getting me now. You know, I said this in my last speech. I said that the books I've read this year, like some of the books I've read this year, they were not the book I initially planned to read though. I saw them in less than 2 minutes video. Less than 2 minute video. And the blessing that book has been to my life is more than the 2 minutes, obviously. I saw them in less than 2 minute video, which means that same time you just go through Facebook is what someone else is using to build his life. I don't know if you're getting me. So if I should spend 30 minutes on Facebook sometimes, it's another, let me say, like 3 hours of study for me. Yes, 3 hours of study, because I'll be writing, okay, this. Like my first book was from a Facebook post. My first book was from a Facebook post. I just did a post. I was just like, and after the post, I was not thinking about it. See, it means this thing can really work. Then it led to a book. Why? Because I was intentional about my atmosphere. Intentional. So this thing really works. But you will not know it works if you've not tried it. It really works. It works. So intentionally, you want to build that area, that atmosphere. You want to become so intentional. You want to check which one is really feeding each other, or which one is not feeding each other. You want to integrate your role. So either I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn. My identity across those platforms is the same. So the algorithm already knows what I like even more than me. It knows it. So the same way. So that's why there are some things I will never see. Like literally, I will never see it, because I don't follow those contents. That's why something, you have to be very intentional. Whenever you like a post, you comment on a post, you are telling the algorithm, feed me with more of this content. Very, very intentional. That's what some of us don't do. You are telling the algorithm, feed me with. That's why you see sometimes to tell you that so person you follow also follow this creator, this content creator. I don't know if you've seen that notification before. So imagine you are following the wrong person. Your atmosphere will be taking you out of your vibe. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying. Imagine I'm following the wrong people. That's why your entertainment space actually is supposed to be an edutainment space. And until it becomes an edutainment space, it will be competing for your time. That's true. To be competing for your time. You know, we are in that world where the news is now in your fingertips actually. You don't have to spend hours reading newspaper, or just order 2 minutes video or less than 1 minute video. You've gotten a powerful point even to start. It's easy, a powerful point even to explain something. A powerful point. You know, there was a chapter, you know, I wrote in a book about failure, something about failure. And could you believe that what I actually wrote in that chapter was actually discovered from less than 2 minutes video about BlackBerry and how they lose the method for the mission. Simple. Under 2 minutes on this, I was on Facebook too. I used to be on Facebook now. I was on Facebook too. Just under 2 minutes. What did I do? After watching the video, I just had to do more research on my part, and I got the point out. Just little research on my part. That's how I've intentionally built a media space that feeds me. So I want you to be intentional about that too. It's possible by integrating your role across all platforms. Integrate your role. Let your LinkedIn know who you are. Let Instagram know who you are. Let Facebook know. Even your TikTok, let it know who you are. It's possible. Let it know who you are. That this is who I am. This is what I love. This is what I don't like. So you don't just follow any other people. You don't just. Like sometimes, if it takes you disliking some content to tell just a way of you telling the algorithm, don't show me this thing again. Do it. And it actually obeys. You are training your algorithm. Train it. It's important. So the fourth one I'll be talking about. The third one. The first one I mentioned to design your MESCO system. Who can remind me? The first one. Anybody? Okay, let me say it. So, what I said to design your Mesco system, I said the first thing you have to do was evaluate your current microsystem. Then I said integrate your role across what platform. Then the third one is connect. Is it connect now? Connect how what you read with how you live. Okay, that's the word. Connect what you read with how you live. This is what I'm trying to say. Let me say I listen to a podcast on healthy living habits. The information I get on that in that podcast, apply it to your life. So connect what you read or what you learn with how you live. Or you actually got an information, maybe a better way of, a better way of saving, for instance, or a better perspective on finance. When you get to your working place, share it among your friends. That way you are doing something to your mind. So whatever you learn, implement it in your life. Don't just learn for learning's sake. That's why knowledge is not power. That's what I believe. It's applied knowledge that is power. Knowledge is not power. It's applied knowledge that is power. Because until you apply the knowledge, it will not cause transformation in your life. So many people know, only few people have been transformed by what they know. So a doctor who smoke is not a fool. A doctor who smoke is a fool. And why is he a fool? It's not because he lacks knowledge. He knows now. He knows smoking is bad. So fool is not ignorance. You are not foolish because you are ignorant. You are foolish because you don't apply what you know. Simple. And that's why you are only called wise, because you actually act in alignment to what you know, right? So that's just the way it is. You are learning things, you are applying it to your life. You are learning this, you are applying it to your life. That way, your environment will not work against each other. You're learning something, you're applying it. 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 And the next one you want to do is what? Build a growth-minded circle. Let what you plan for be the same thing your friend planned for. The light helps you. That you are checking status now. What the person is posting is also what resonates with you. And like when I'm in a gathering like this, I like connecting with people, because what it does is that intentionally I'm building another better atmosphere for myself, even my digital space. Because if I collect your contacts now, later on Facebook, I will see you, right? I don't know if on Facebook you see the person later. So before you know, you start following that person too. And the person is a better person like you. You start feeding for where that person is feeding from, and you become better too. So all of these things are quite important. All of these things are quite important. Again, I reiterate, even while there was actually something virtually, so it was actually a physical meeting, probably for this Audacious that was organized by Olushola this year. I don't know anybody know Olushola, Audacious, right? Yeah, I was not there physically, right? I wasn't there physically. As a matter of fact, I was in a panel section last year, like late last year. One of the individuals that was also invited for the panel section. When we finished, I just decided to connect with the girl. So I collected her contact. So it was on her Facebook. I actually saw the registration link. So I just registered. I know I won't be there physically, but I was following virtually, right? But this is where it even gets more important about your atmosphere. This is where it gets more. They actually, they said they are going to train some people. I don't know if you're actually there physically. They said they're going to train some individual 3-month program. That's me branding you. I was not there physically, but I applied because I was really following the program live. So when I applied for it, I was not just chosen, I was even picked among the special group that were even paid, like more than what my PPA is giving me. Do you understand that kind of thing? Why? Because I built an intentional atmosphere. So this thing is quite important, and I didn't build it in a day, just little. I'm seeing the atmosphere now unlocking the kind of life I want for me. So it may take a lot, but just do it. You don't know anything. Imagine I didn't connect, and she was even the first person that collected my number. But I noticed she didn't later reach out to me, so I now reach out to someone else that, please give me this person's number. So be intentional. By connecting, connect with people. Because what they post, you don't know. It's can be of value for you. Intentional. So that's building a Mesco system that works for you. A Mesco system that works for you. leading me to the next system, the ESCO system. That's the third one. I started by micro, mesco, now ESCO. ESCO system. ESCO system has to do with indirect forces that affect your life. This is simple. I'll give you a good one. How, some of us have been angry while coming to speak, but I won't say it in that way. A law you didn't write can determine your life, can actually affect your life. Some of you here, you spend 5 years in school not because the course is 5 years, but because a law you didn't write affected you. I don't know if you're getting me. I'm speaking in parables. A law you didn't write can still affect your life. That's the school system. Says how your job policy either work against you or not against you. Your job policy, your media algorithm. So even the policy you didn't write can still influence your life, can still determine your life. So it will not be wisdom for you to not just fold your arm and say, okay, let me just wait for everything. Let me just see let me just see the way it go. Or intentionally, you've seen the way the system is structured. Why don't you now build design a way that you adequately fit into the system, so you don't react with it, but you respond to it? Because some of us are living a reactive life. Because sometimes we know there's no two way about it. I can't stop the school from making policy, but it will be wisdom for me to know the policy, so I can know how I can actually integrate my own life into the policy. Because I know the policy will not bend for me, but I can actually bend to make sure that this policy becomes a plus to my life. Because some of us now, during the time that you're spending extra year in school, some people that were wise, they've learned something. Yeah, they've learned something. Is it a trade or something online? They've learned something. Some people, the only thing they came out with is that certificate. I don't know if you're getting it. Yeah, so whatever system, it's not for you to just sit down and complain. Yes, I know your working environments have some law that is not really somehow that you cannot even read. And let me tell you something, just as he said, to be a leader, you have to be what? A leader, right? And not just a leader alone, to be a better person, you have to be a leader. Because you can't do what you don't know. You can't live better if you don't know better. You can't live better if you don't know better. So since I know that it is a must, I must read. Because my life is not only defined by the 9 to 5 job. I want a better life for myself. So I must read, right? Because of that, because I now know that this thing I must actually do it, you must now find a way that even your working policy, your working hour, implements the reading into it. Some of you, probably you're not patient enough to stick to book, like to read, which I will still want you to learn that discipline. You can also download Pocket Book. What do Pocket Book do? Pocket Book is a kind of app whereby you just play book. You don't have to pay for it. Any ebook you have, go there, you play it like music now. Do you understand? But it's showing you the letters, which means I can be in the car, in the bus now. I know it's a very noisy place. I won't be able to concentrate. Plug in my earpiece. Be looking at what he's reading. I don't know if you are getting me. It's not like a full music that you'll be seeing the text. You get what I'm saying? And it will be highlighting it for you as is what's reading it. And I can even increase or decrease the speed depending on the way you want it. So that way, it's a way of you maximizing your time. Knowing that at least in a week I must read one book, or even if it's in 2 weeks, one book. Book is powerful. It's powerful, and for you to first live right, you need to know right, because you can't live out what you don't know. It's not possible. So either you are thinking, oh, it's because I have long day working, or I have a very ethic working day. That's not an excuse for you not to be great, though. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. Yeah, Pocket Book. It's not an excuse for you not to be great. So be intentional. Be intentional. You can also listen. You can also even decide to download some of the YouTube audio books on YouTube. The summary, you can decide to download some of them too. Because you're a product of not only what you eat, but what you consume. And your screen time feed your subconsciousness. Your screen time, that time you just scroll through your phone, it's feeding your soul. And it's quite important for you to intentionally do all of these things. Very, very important to do all of these things. Very important. So your ESCO system, you're trying to identify, okay, is it government policy, the tax policy, all of these things, how can I really make sure they work for me rather than what's working against me? working against me. Because sometimes I know you can't control the world, you can't control those things, but you can choose the response you actually give to them. You can choose your understanding of those things. And until you do this, you will not actually live the life you want. Until you do this, you will not unlock the kind of life you want. Now, the fourth layer of your atmosphere. Let's move to the fourth layer. I started with the micro, the meso, the esco. The fourth layer is what I call the macro ecosystem or the macro atmosphere. The macro, what does the macro mean? The macro simply means how your culture, your cultural belief, your societal belief, how it influences your life and your growth. And I'll give you an example. You know, your meso system is just like an operating system behind the scene, giving definition to every of your reality. It's like an operating system. It's giving definition to every of your reality. It's shaping every of your expectation, and even collectively shaping your identity. That's how your cultural, your macro system is. And there's one thing about this macro system itself. There's one thing about it that you really have to be aware of. The very simple way. Your macro system is how your family, that's your immediate family, how your immediate family view success. How they view success. Your societal teaching about gender role. You may not know, but somehow it's planted in your subconsciousness. And whether you like it or not, either subconsciously or subconsciously, you will act it out one day. Is your cultural, is your societal expectation about wealth? Some of us now, the only way you can actually prove to me that you are wealthy, is to spend all your money, like to buy one phone. So if I should see that phone now, and I know you are big boy, you are wealthy, and your wealth is not defined by what you spend, it's defined by what you have. I don't know if you're getting the analysis. If I spend, let me say, 1 million to buy one phone, and I have 0 naira in my account, I'm not wealthy. I'm just playing it around. I'm not wealthy. But if there's another guy that bought a stock of 1 million and is carrying a phone of, let me say, 150,000, the other guy that carry phone of 1 million is what some people be eyeing. You're not wealthy. You're not wealthy. That's psychology of money. If you've read that book, you understand what I'm saying. You're not wealthy. So you're not wealthy. Your wealth is not defined by the money you spent. It's defined by the one you've not spent. It's defined by the one you've not spent. So when you really understand this, it works better. It's defined by what you've not spent. So when you are designing your macro system, this is now a cultural bias now, because for some people, the culture has painted definition of wealth as the person has big car, has big house, and you don't know there's a guy there in your area, he does not have big house, does not have big car, but what he has, even his entire generation will not be for again. It's just understanding. It's understanding. So all of this definition is what you want to identify. What's that definition your culture has painted for you about success? Maybe the definition is that you live a flamboyant life. If that's the definition, what's the definition of your society about gender role? And another key thing this does is think of your microsystem as soil. I want us to do this analysis. Think of your microsystem. Think of it as soil now. Now think of your macro as the climate of that soil. Now, if you plant a seed of ambition, a seed of I want to be great, a seed of I want to go beyond my common limits. Here's the question: what if that your macro system is now telling you that stay small, don't dream too big, know your space, know your place. People like you don't go for course like that. You know what will happen? That seed of greatness you planted will never germinate. So for it to germinate, sometimes you may have to challenge the culture that raised you to actually elevate your life. And here's the goal. The goal is to, one thing you have to do when it comes to your macro system is admire the gold, but let go of the gravel. That is those things that do not serve you. Let them go. You might have to pick your pen again and define success by yourself, define wealth by yourself, define marriage by yourself, define gender role by yourself. Why? Because the current definition you are having is not serving you. There are some that stereotypical beliefs. Things that are wrong. You have to define them in a way that will now serve you. Because sometimes to change your life, you must change your mind. To change your life, you must first change your mind. Because you can't actually live out what you can't see. You can't become what you've not imagined. So there's a way the culture has shaped your mind. Like there are some people now that they were supposed to be here, but somehow, let me say, they look at it and say that I don't think I can actually do this again. They just opt out. Because there's a way their mindset has actually shaped them, making them that, I won't be able to do this. I won't be able to do this. This is very, very important. Like you see two people, they were given the same information, like the same information by the same person, but the two of them will act in opposite direction. Why? Because their mental blueprint has been wired differently by their culture. The both of us, you're listening to this speech now, but what you are interpreting is different from what the other person is interpreting. It's different. Why? Because your brain is wired differently by your cultural environment. So now the question is, how can I really design a macro system that serves me, a cultural system that serves me? How can I really design it if I will ever do that? How will I design it? The first thing is take the current evaluation of your beliefs. Is it about gender, about marriage, about success, about wealth, about health? Take the culture, what are the definitions? And now the next thing you want to do is expose yourself to other perspective. That is, read books, listen to podcasts, read things that will stretch your mind, that will make you think. Some of us in this part of the world, we are living by default. You just live by, that's the way we used to do it, that's the way I know it, that's the way they do it, or that's the way we do it. No, you have to think sometime. Think. And for you to think, it's you reading, listening to something that will just make that nuts click in your head and say, wow, I've not been thinking in this direction before. Think. So the first thing, you want to widen your perspective. You want to read books, you want to listen to podcasts. Then after that, you move to the third one. Now you can now write and discard the one that do not serve you. Because if you've not, let me say I just identify the things, I will not even be able to identify them properly if I've not even learned, if I've not listening to some certain things to know that, okay, this thing is wrong, this thing is now bad. So without understanding, you can now rewrite what must be written. You can now eliminate what must be eliminated. Some of this is important. Now I'm broadening my perspective by reading. So I now know what serves me and what doesn't serve me. I don't know what I should keep and what I should just discard. Very important. Now the next thing is you find cultural highlights. When I mean cultural highlights, people that had made peace with their roots but still follow their paths. They've made peace with their roots but still follow their paths. I imagine when Tara, I don't know if you know her, the makeup artist. I think she's the first #1 makeup artist. Is it West Africa now? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So imagine somebody finishing from law and telling the parent that, mommy, daddy, I want to go into, I want to be making up. And there was no profession like that as at that time. There was nobody doing such. It sounds weird, right? But what did she do? She followed her path. She made peace with her roots, with her parents, but she still followed her path. So that's the goal here. You want to make roots with your parents, with your culture, but still follow your path. Still follow it. So one thing you have to understand about culture here, your culture is meant to support you. It's not meant to sabotage your potential. No. Don't become a slave to your culture. It's meant to support you. It's not to sabotage your potential. So don't become a slave to it. When you understand this, you know that this law was written for me. It was written for me. Not me for it. I don't know if you're getting that concept now. So know when the system is not serving you again and discard it. Hold the gravel. Let go of the things that does not serve you. So that's all about macro system. Now moving to the next one. So I started with the micro, the meso, the esco, and the macro. The micro, your internal, your closest layer. The meso, how two or more of the micro, either work against each other or not. Then the macro, which I talk about the cultural influence on you and the societal belief on you. Then I talk about the esco, right? The indirect influences, the working place culture, the policy you did right affecting your life. Even as students in Nigeria, for instance, affecting your life. Then the last one, which I'll be talking about, is called what? Your spiritual ecosystem. This is the one that balances every other. And I'm a living proof of this. Your spiritual ecosystem is actually the one that balances every other. And somehow, here's where we make the mistake. You try to build a career, you try to build your finance without first of all building yourself. And somehow we just fall flat on the way. Because you have to master yourself before you master the world around you. If you've not mastered yourself, you can't master your world. So if you are internally conflicted, you cannot be externally coordinated. If you are internally conflicted, you can't be externally coordinated. No. So think of this spiritual ecosystem as the voice behind the voice, the soul behind every strategy, and the action behind every act. So it's actually what every other atmosphere balances on. It's what every other atmosphere is built upon. That's like if you don't get these spiritual aspects, there's no way you can actually get every other. No way. Because every other is actually built on this particular one, the spiritual atmosphere. Whether you like it or not, some of you are here today because first of all balance that spiritual atmosphere. Because if you don't balance it, you can't balance the world around you. You can't balance the world around you. As I said, the microsystem, I said it's what? The immediate layer of influence. Right? The ecosystem, I said it's the indirect forces that affect your life. I said your meso is how two microsystems work together or not. And your macro is the cultural influence on you, isn't it? But your spiritual ecosystem now is not the balance. What balances every other atmosphere? And I'm going to give you a story about myself. Because we are in this part of the world whereby some of us here, you're a Christian because your parents are Christian. You're Muslim because your parents are Muslim. Yes, it's just a default way. I was born into the family and I just become it. It's not bad. Yeah, I'm also a Christian. It's not bad. But here's my point. When it comes to balancing your spiritual atmosphere, you must move from inherited belief to authentic belief. Beyond the fact that you actually follow tradition, okay, you actually now afterwards follow truths. Seek the truth. Because that's where the balance is come. You're not just choosing a religion because someone said you should choose it, but because you have a revelation about it. Because until you have a revelation, you will not live the life, you only live the religion. You will not live the life, you only live the religion. So there was this point in my life when I think that was when I was transiting to GS1 now. That point of my life, and I decide to now be intentional with my spiritual atmosphere. I made that decision that this decision I'll be intentional with my spiritual atmosphere. And what did I do? I received the life of Christ, right? I received his life. But it doesn't end there. The same way some people make good resolution and they will still fall back into old pattern. I made clear decision, okay, this is what I'll be doing now. These are the things I won't be doing now. These are the songs I'll be singing. These are the songs I will not be singing. This is the kind of life I want to live, and this is not the kind of life I want to live. And I was intentional. I didn't keep it to myself. When I get to school, I tell my friends about it. I share the word of God with them in the class. And I did this far back as GSS1. Just follow my story. I'm saying this for a point. So a senior in GSS2 now look at me and say, this boy, that's your church life will not follow you. I'm just giving you 1 term or 2 years, and you fall back. But you know what I told him? I said, you don't understand. There's a power behind me that is greater than me. It's better, and see, that's why I said it is actually the most important aspect of every other. Because people have looked at me over time and say, oh, you are disciplined. I'm not disciplined. I just have the right environment that pushes me forward. I'm not. Because it's how you can, okay, let me tell you something. There are some kind of people that some of us here, like, okay, let me say me for instance, I can never meet them. Let me give analysis of 100 level students. That the first place you went is where they are playing Niger belts, right? There are some kind of people you will meet there. You will never meet. And intentionally, that atmosphere will be what, before you know it, from there move to another kind of betting. And this is actually a real life story I want to share. You know, when I was in 300 level, I had a roommate studying MLS. They just get admission 100 level, which, and you know, at that level, even some other medical students will be doing a common general courses together. So that's particular. I think it was on a Friday. One of their friends, I don't know the party, the 100 level boy went to 9th party, and that was the end of his life. Imagine he has a value. Imagine he has value, like a kind of value that's actually prevent. I don't know if you're getting what I'm doing now. So sometimes they tell you are disciplined. It's not because you have better value. You don't play those kind of game. You don't dance to those kind. I don't know if you're getting me now. So you cannot be found there. And since you cannot be found there, whatever will happen to them, they cannot happen to you in your room. Are you getting the concept? So sometimes it's not because you are. It's not because the man is Superman. It's because the man is just in the right atmosphere that is pushing him forward towards the better version of himself. Some of us, the reason why we are here today, the reason why we are doing this thing is because some other people are together here with us, doing the same relay with us. So it makes it easier. As me, I'm the only one that just stand. I said I want to do this. It won't be possible because at any time will come, I'll just be weary. But because I'm seeing you, you are seeing me, we are being motivated together. So if you're in that right atmosphere, you see yourself going forward because you decide to just relax. You just see your friend just post something about a book you just read. Just see your friend just post a book. This book, can I have the book in my library? Fast, you also go and read the book. Why? Because somebody posted something about that book and you are like, but this book has always been in my library now. How have I not read it? Why? Because you have the right atmosphere. So it's not because I was too disciplined, I wasn't Superman. It's because I have a spirit that is responsible for that power. So all of this, that's like you don't have to force yourself to do some certain things. You won't have to. You don't have to force yourself. You don't have to say, I'm trying to avoid this, I'm trying to avoid that. No, because you already have a coordinated environment. You know what? Growth will be hard in the wrong environment. Growth will be hard in the wrong environment. To be foolish for a farmer to want to plant and say, I want to go and plant inside water. No. To be foolish. And that's what some of us are doing with our life. You just want to, I know you want to be successful, but where you are currently is it reflecting that life of a successful person? So the life you want is built daily. Build the life that builds it. The life you want is built daily. Build the habits, build the system that builds that life. So enough of your desiring, yes, everybody has desire, everybody have wish, but it's only sincere desire that leads to intentional action that will actually materialize. That's what will materialize. So after you've now known that, your atmosphere is important, and I told you about your micro, your meso, your esco, your macro, and your spiritual atmosphere. So it's not left for you to make all of those atmosphere work with each other, to make all of those atmosphere align with each other. And as you intentionally and consistently do this, you set yourself up for success. You set yourself up for elevation. So just a bit of recap. Your microsystem is your immediate layer of influence. Your ecosystem is your indirect layer of influence, like the policy you didn't write, your job policy, your internal friends, your digital friends. Your mesosystem is the relationship between two or more of your microsystems. Your macrosystem is how your culture and societal value, rules and regulation affect your life. And your spiritual system is the foundation of every other, and that's where your life should stem from. So right about now, my name still remains Kaede Ayomide Damilare, and I'd like to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. All right, that was a wonderful presentation, eye-opening, and in fact, I must say well done to the gentleman who just spoke. All right, I remain Ajayi Joluwatimileyin, and this is another episode of Public Health Education. I know by now you must be familiar with my face already as a public health advocate, right? Okay, so now I want to ask you a question, and I need you to pay attention. Either you are listening to me in your house, all over the world, and if you are present here. Have you ever gone to the hospital and you did not get the right results you are expecting from a medical professional? How many of you have been in that state before? Like, you know, maybe something happened to you and you rushed yourself to the hospital, and the way the doctor or the nurse attends to you, you feel like you are not satisfied. Have you ever? Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. This is very important. Like, what I want to talk to you about is very important, and it is often overlooked because some people believe that when it comes to health, it's just the doctor, it's just the nurse, it's just the government. And that is why this evening I'll be talking to you on the role of individual and health organization in the healthcare system. The role of individuals and health organization in the healthcare system. I know majority of Nigerians today, when you hear healthcare system, the first thing that comes to your mind is the hospital, the doctors, the government, and you don't include yourself in that definition. But I want to tell you that when you say healthcare system is not just about the hospital alone. It's not just about the doctor alone. Healthcare system, yes, it involves the institutions, it involves people, and you as a person, you are part of the healthcare system. Now, we have hospital. Why do we have hospital? Is the hospital just there for animals? No. So, if you are saying healthcare system, if anything is wrong in the healthcare system, don't just put the blame on the medical practitioners alone, and that is the essence of my presentation this evening. Now let's define healthcare system properly. When you talk about healthcare system are healthcare worker, healthcare system are the people that work in the health environment. Talk about the clinic, the hospital, the pharmaceutical industries, the government agencies, and the non-governmental organizations that deals with health, and you in person, and the community. That is healthcare system. Healthcare system is not complete without the community. You know, you must have heard me say this repeatedly, that a healthy community can be achieved, right? Yeah, thank you. Now, healthcare system is not complete without the community. Healthcare system is not complete without you. To make you understand this better, let me share a story with you. You know, let's imagine somebody that, okay, let me not go into that angle. Let me just say this. Just imagine you as a father or a mother, and you have a child, maybe your only child, a girl for example. Normally you go to work, come back in the afternoon or in the evening, and everything you are just doing is to cater for your child and your well-being, isn't it? Now let's say for example, a day your child comes to you in the afternoon, maybe on a weekend, and your child tell you as a father or a mother that mommy, daddy, I'm having stomach ache. As a father, you are like, what's wrong with you? What did you eat? Maybe a father that is not even caring that much. The father, okay, oh yeah, go and eat. Maybe the child tell you, I just finished eating something. The father can be like, go and drink water. Yes, drinking water is good. Drinking water is okay. But the question is, does it solve that problem the child is having at that particular time? Okay, fine. The child listen to you and the child drink water. The child come back after 2 hours and the child says, mommy, daddy, I'm still having this stomach pain. You know, Yoruba people, we like to do things in our own way a lot. I'm very sorry to say that, but that is just the truth. Not even Yoruba people, even other tribe. The parent can be like, go and put salt inside water. Have you ever, can you relate to that? Yes. The father can be like, go and put salt inside water. Normally the child will listen because the child cannot really do anything. If the child listen, the child will put salt inside water. Now let's say for instance, the child, you do not even watch the child do that particular thing. Maybe the child now added even more salt than normal. That's another complication on its own. Do you know that? Yes. Now, let's say the child listen, you are just doing your own thing and you continue with your daily activities. After 2 hours again, the child come and meet and say, mommy, daddy, I'm still feeling this stomach ache and all of that. You can be like, some parents, and they don't take things seriously. You can be like, I know it's biscuits that you need. I know it's, or you can carry this thing inside the fridge and eat it and all of that. Or let's say for instance, a parent that is even caring but does not have the right information or the right knowledge. Do you know that some people, some parents, some family, they have mini garden in their house, right? And they might have different leaves. And because they have lived with their forefathers, they have taught them that if this thing is happening at this particular time, this is the leaf you will cut together with this one and this one, you make concussion. The father will remember all of this thing that the forefather have told him. Cut the leaf of Mr. A, cut the leaf of this, cut the leaf of that. And by the time the father will do all of these things, when it is ready, the father give it to the child will take it. Now, let's say for example, that child, because of the pain that she's going through, maybe she also have checked something online, because now AI is your doctor, AI is your go-to now. The child also have picked the phone quickly, since my dad is not even responding to me and all of that, just quickly go through, what can I take? The child also have done that, and you as a father, you have done your own concussion as well. You called your child. Where is that child that is having stomach ache? Is the stomach still paining you? Yes, daddy, the stomach is still paining me. Oh, you are doing this thing. And the father sometimes will be so confident to the point that he's going to say, this is what our father used to do to us anytime we are having this thing. I believe so many of you took one thing like that is always black in color when you were growing up. Yoruba call it akoro. Did you remember? Yes. Now, that means my story is relatable, isn't it? Now, your father will even say, this is what my father used to give us anytime we are complaining of this and that. You give your child. The child now mix it with what she has done on her own. Now complication will begin. It's already 8 p.m. in the night. The child is trying to manage the situation. 10 p.m. in the night. The child is trying to, form hard girl. And for example, let's say the child is even a first daughter, and the child already know the situation of things in the family. Maybe carry the responsibility of a first child, that as first daughter you must understand there is no money, there are a lot of bills, and you don't want to bother your parents, isn't it? All of these things mix up together. I'm not saying you don't have reason, but we need to understand that we must do the right thing. That is the point I want to make you understand. Now, at the long run, 2 a.m. in the midnight, the situation cannot be managed again. Maybe the father does not even have a means of transportation, no motorcycle, no tricycle, no car. And the child is wailing, the child is rolling on the floor, and merely looking at the child, you know that this child needs help. Don't forget, maybe she's your only daughter, or maybe she's the only child, like that. The father is concerned, or the mother is concerned, run enter scatter. Maybe the father will even have to travel 10 miles away to a friend that is having car. Let's say, for instance, the father gets to the friend's house and say, my child is going through this particular thing, and I need to rush her to the hospital. The friend can shock you and say, in fact, there is no fuel in my car. My car, I have to manage it home. It cannot even travel to the nearest hospital. The father will be troubled, isn't it? Now, let's say, for example, a father or a mother that is having high blood pressure. What will be happening at that moment? 2 conditions. The daughter is at home, the BP, the blood pressure of the mother will also be what? Be rising. Because normally you care your daughter, you don't want bad things to happen. You just manage and finally get a means of transportation. But you know what? Sometimes it can be too late. And getting to the hospital, you now start going into the emergency ward and all of that. And at the end of everything, doctor will come and tell the parent that we are sorry, we could not manage the situation, we lost the child. And the parent will start saying, the doctors are not working, the hospitals are not doing their work, they are not effective, and all of that. If you listen to my story and you want to judge appropriately, who is to be blamed? Is it the hospital? Is it the doctor? Is it the parent? Is it the child? Obviously. Now, situations like this can happen because maybe the parents do not have the right information. Maybe the parents have the right information, know the right thing to do, but because of negligence, because of I don't care attitude, because I just want to do things in my own way. And that is what is happening today. Things that we caused by ourselves, and we put the blame on the doctors, on the nurses and hospitals, or even the government. I hope you are getting familiar with that topic. The role of individuals and health organization in healthcare system. Now, let's list the roles that we really have. Let's start with individuals. You as individuals, you have your own role to play in healthcare system. So I want to change your perspective if you are listening to me all over the world. It's not just about the hospital, it's not just about the pharmacists, it's not just about people in the medical field, it's not just about the government. You also have a role to play if we really want to live healthy, and if we don't want to, allow complications. Number 1 role is personal responsibility for health. See, you are responsible for your own health. Even if your elder brother is a doctor, even if your younger sister is a nurse, or your parents, they are doctors, or they are in the medical field, are they the one living that life for you? No. You are responsible for your own health, and it starts with basic things like what you eat. If I should ask majority of us now that, okay, what does your routine look like? What does your routine look like every day? Some people, it might be from waking up maybe like around 5:30, immediately they are awake, they probably rushed into the bedroom to prepare for the day activity, especially Lagosians. Am I right? You don't want to leave the house late because you want to beat traffic, you want to get to your place of work in time, and you skip breakfast. Oh, work is tight, everywhere is tight at your work, you have a lot of tasks, you have a lot of schedule, you forget lunch. And getting home in the evening, maybe you get home around 7 p.m. and the only thing that sustains you throughout the day is soda drinks. How do you want to live healthy? You are responsible for your health. Some people, by the time they even get home, they might just be passing by their streets and they will see a woman by the roadside selling akara. That's beans cake. You can see that it's relatable, right? They will just say, let me just buy it, beans cake. And maybe some people will even be like, I even need something light. They will mix it with gari, or they will mix it with bread. And the way some people will be eating it, all of those, I'm not saying beans cake is not a healthy food, but look at the number of hours that you have missed, that your stomach has gone empty for, and the only thing, the first thing that you could put inside your mouth is that kind of food. Just imagine, how will your eyes not be going inside? How will your neck not be long? How will your skin not be looking anyhow? How will you be healthy? It all starts with what we eat, what we feed on. Now let's look at it this way. Now somebody will say, after all, I used to eat early. After all, I used to take my breakfast. But what is that breakfast that you are taking? When some people leave their house in the morning and they are rushing to their place of work, roadside puff-puff sellers, roadside John sellers, meat pie. And sometimes you don't even know the source of their ingredients. I'm not disputing the fact that you should buy for them, but I just want us to be wise, to take wise decision. And it is only meat pie that you get in the morning that sustain you till evening. How do you want to live healthy? Now, if I should ask you, I hope you are following me. I hope you can understand. If I should ask you, when was the last time you eat a fruit? When was the last time? Like, some people even believe that eating fruit is even for the rich. Can you listen to that? Some people believe that eating fruit is just for the rich. That 500 naira Nigerian currency that you use to get soda, it can buy you a piece of apple. It can buy you a piece of cucumber. Yes. All you just need to do is to, be hygienic about it, rinse it appropriately, and feed on it. It has its own health benefits. Now, your body system will begin to lack vitamins. Maybe vitamins like vitamin A, vitamin B. And the only thing you will say is, government, they are not even doing anything. Is it government that is living in your house with you? We need to take responsibilities. I hope you are getting the message. Yes. Another thing you need to be responsible for is your sleep pattern. How you sleep. Many Nigerians today, or even all over the world, you blame somebody because of the headache that you are having consistently. I know that you want to perform very well in your place of work, you want to meet a particular task and schedule, but if anything happens to you today, that organization will continue. My friend, sleep, rest, and move on. I know you've listened to a lot of motivational speech, motivational talks. Some motivational speakers will even tell you sleep is for the lazy. Who says that? You have to prioritize some of the. I told you, living healthy is actually not hard. It all starts from basic things like this. You know that you need to do this particular thing. Why can't you schedule yourself? Some will even tell you that anybody that sleep in the afternoon are lazy people. In whose person dictionary? No. Let's change some of these settings so that we can live healthy. So you have to also have a very good sleep pattern. Like check you are responsible for your health. Another thing is exercise. We've even neglected it now. It's only rich people that go to the gym. You don't need to register for gym before you do exercise. What happened to the staircase in your place of work? Use the staircase like 5 times intentionally. You are not going to any director's office, but you can just be intentional and use the staircase to and fro like that. You are burning calorie. Some people cannot walk short distance. They will be like, can I use motorcycle instead of stressing myself? Exercise. In fact, right in the corner of your room, you can do little things. Just pick up your phone, check YouTube, search for exercise that you can practice at the comfort of your home. If you don't have the money to register for gym, for fitness, whatever, you can do little things right at the comfort of your home. You are responsible for your own health. As cheap as skipping rope is, you can get it and just do it at home. Train your children. Little things like that. It will go a long way. Another thing is hygienic practices. I believe we've elaborated more on that, and I don't need to repeat so many things in that aspect again. Be hygienic. Be clean. See, it's not just about hospitals. Even if the hospitals have all the facilities, even if they have all the necessary things, if you are not responsible for your own health, nothing will change. Be responsible for your own health. And again, some people ignore symptoms. Just like this scenario I just gave when I started. From just little stomach pain, that's why you just hear news, listen to news, and people will tell you it was just small headache. That headache did not just start. See, your body will always give you signs. It's just like you have your own car, you own your own car. And if your car does not move that day, now listen to me everybody. If you want to go out with your car, and if your car did not respond to you that day, maybe battery issues or engine issues or little issues, and you don't have idea of what you want to do, will you be pushing your car on the street? Will you be pushing it on the road just because you want people to see you in your car and you are going to a far distance? No. But it's a pity that is what so many people are doing to themselves. Your body already give you signals. Your body already give you signs. But you still insist that this thing you are going to do it. You still insist that this thing you want to do it. You are forcing yourself into it. Read your body language. Know certain things that is changing right in your body system. You should not allow it to escalate. You should not allow it to escalate. And another angle I want to talk about is self-medication. This is very rampant. Because this is the symptoms you had last month and you went to the hospital. You feel like because you did not want to stand in the long queue to get card, or because you feel like you do not want to spend transport to the hospital, just go to the nearby pharmacy and get the same drug. Self-medication. And it's killing majority of people today. And you are wondering why this is working. You are wondering why this worked last year and it's not working again. Do you know the simple truth? Because there is resistance. Maybe if I have the privilege again, I'm going to come back to educate you all on antimicrobial resistance. Another growing issue in public health today. Stop self-medicating. You know what many adults like to do today? Iyalagbo in your streets, herb seller in your streets. They will just go there and say, Mama, give me, what's the name again? Gbogbo Nishe, the one that work for everything. Who tell you that there is Gbogbo Nishe? Who tell you that there is a herb that work for everything? No. I'm not saying that herbs are not useful, but are they using it in the right way? Yes, we have nutraceuticals lately, like the what's it called, invention of using plants for drugs. You understand? That is a different thing because it will go through the right scientific process. But somebody that just go to one nearby well to fetch water for you, in the process of making that agbo, she have already used his or her hand to rub his or her face, and she's using that same hand unhygienically to prepare what she are going to take. She already used the restroom, she did not wash her hand, and she's coming to bring herbs for you to drink. It's happening. I was in a particular place last week. Now let me share this story. It is real life because I was there. The woman was sharing with us, we that we are seated right there. She was sharing with us that I don't know what my husband took yesterday. He was behaving somehow. And by the time the woman will finish her explanation, she said that her husband and his friends, they went to take one agbo in one Iyalagbo house. They went to take one herb. That is for our international audience now. Herb is agbo in Yoruba. They went to take it and the man started misbehaving, not like in a rash way, but at first she said that she noticed that the man could not lift her hand, that she was scared that maybe something else has happened, that maybe the man is dead or something. Let's be very careful of those things that we take in the name of self-medication. It is very wrong. And this action can strain the entire health system because a lot will have gone wrong even before the doctors will come to your rescue. Doctors are not even in your body system. They can only try based on the knowledge that have been passed through to them. They can only try. Be responsible for your own health. Another thing is health-seeking behavior. Your attitude towards it. You should know the time you should go for medical checkup. You should know the time you should complain to a medical professional. You should not wait until things get out of hand before you do the needful. And you know, some people, they don't know the time they are supposed to go to the hospital. They don't know the time they are supposed to, complain. And this thing is leading to high rates of mortality. Maybe some people will still be alive till now if they have just opened up. And even it spread across to mental health issues as well. Don't keep quiet, speak up. I know sometimes it might not be easy, right? But depression can make people stay away from people. You just have to fight it. And before that thought of committing suicide will start ringing in your head, please do the needful. Another thing is health literacy. And what did I mean by health literacy? I'm talking about health education. And I want to speak to all Nigerians. Let us embrace health education. It should not just be for primary school, basic school students alone. Let me speak to corporate workers. If you are a director in your firm, your organization, inculcate that habit of sensitizing your workers. If it is 3 times in a year, 4 times in a year, educate them like that. Because when crises happen, even right there in the workspace, they will know the right thing to do. Now, let me say this. I'm a public health advocate, and I have my community members, and one of the things that is coming to my mind lately is to sensitize them about health safety. If majority of them are listening right now, they will get to know, and maybe I'm still going to do that later. Now, listen to me. You are getting the message first, or maybe you have heard it somewhere, but if not, listen to what I want to say. Anytime you get to a particular place, one of the first things that should come to your mind is how you are going to escape if anything happen. Let's say, for example, fire accident. If there is fire, some house does not even have a back door. So how will you escape? If there is a particular crisis, how will you escape? It's not bad thoughts. Some people will be like, why are you having negative mind? My dear, it's not negative mind. Even if you are in a car and you are traveling, don't be too carried away. Be mentally aware. If anything should happen now, what should I do? Health education. We've heard of a news recently that an organization got burnt, fire accident, and they lose some staff. May their soul rest in peace. Amen. But assuming they have probably have the right information and right knowledge, maybe some of them would have been saved. That is why it is important that even corporate workers, you educate your staff. It's not just for health education is not just for science students alone. It's not just for doctors alone. You need to be aware of some of these basic things. How about the knowledge on CPR? Maybe some people will still be alive if we have somebody in that gathering that would have performed that first aid. And what is first aid? The first immediate help, right? That is given to somebody before doctors arrive or before the intervention of a medical practitioner, isn't it? Yes. If something happens now and there is nobody that have the right knowledge on what to do, everybody will just be shouting. Some people will even carry their phone and be making video. Let's be aware of some of these things. Health literacy, it should not be for people in that field alone. Another thing is community participation. you can see that it is not just about government when it comes to healthcare system. In some communities, maybe there are a group of people who are passionate about health and they want to sensitize the people in that community. Some community will be like, no, we can't take this thing, no, you can't enter our community and like that. I'm speaking to community head this evening. Please don't discourage vital things like this that can help community to grow. I know all you have to do is to check if those people are actually going to do the right thing. Like, check very well, support them, and we should encourage education in our community. In fact, as community head or as a leader, it might not necessarily be a particular town or city. I'm even talking about little communities like your group of friends and all of that. Do you know that intentionally you can invite medical practitioners that can sensitize your females about breast cancers, HPV virus, HIV virus? You thought these diseases are not existing again? They are still existing. Tuberculosis. You can encourage teachings like that, and even the men, not just the women alone. And again, we should encourage reporting outbreak of disease. If there is anything that you have not seen before and it is happening right in your environment, don't keep quiet. Don't keep quiet. You are familiar with when somebody is having malaria symptoms, typhoid symptoms and all of that, but you just discover that maybe somebody in your neighborhood, something is happening and you don't even understand, and you are like, it's not in my mouth, they will hear. No, report outbreak of any disease and be informed as an active community. Another way you can be responsible for your health as individual is accountability and advocacy. Can you repeat what I've just said?
Accountability and advocacy.
Thank you. Accountability and advocacy. Now, this aspect is very crucial and I need you to understand. When I say accountability, I'm saying that we should, ask questions, hold the people who are in charge responsible. Now, this is one aspect that we are supposed to be doing, but we are doing it wrongly. I know that majority of people have been shouting, our government are not doing very well. They are this, they are that. You have understand your own role. Now this is the aspect majority are doing, but they are not doing very well. You should hold the right people who are meant to be responsible for certain things. You should hold them. Ask questions like, why don't we have clean water in our community? And you can organize a peaceful protest. What did I say? Emphasis on peaceful. Just to draw the attention of government that there is a particular village in Ajalekoko that needs water, clean water. Government people in that field, they are humans like we are. They may be carried away with other things. Do you want to tell me that is all the local governments that the president know? If you want to tell me it's all the villages that he is aware of? It's not even all the villages that the Minister for Education is aware of. But if we can make a wise use of the internet and you can just draw their attention to it peacefully, emphasis on peacefully, they will do something. That is holding government accountable, but we are doing it in the wrong way. Please, let's change our ways. And when you hold them accountable, they will find solution to that problem. Now, let's go to the role of health organizations. You have just I've just explained your own role as individual. I hope you understand. Yes. Now, I said my topic is the role of individuals and health organizations in healthcare system. It's not just about we alone. Health organizations also have their own roles to play as well. The first thing is service delivery. Hospitals should encourage diagnosis. Hospitals should not encourage just attending to patients anyhow. They should carry out their service appropriately. If a patient needs to go for test, let them do the test. If a patient needs to stay longer in the hospital, don't chase them away. You know, I will not mention them, but you know, I've been to hospital whereby they say bed is not enough. And you know, they will just find a way of sending some people home, whereas the sickness is still there. They are not well. They are not okay yet. So the way you are now, let's say those people now that they are even sick now, they caused it by themselves because they are not responsible for their health. But it has happened, right? Health organizations should also do the needful, at least to curb that situation. There should be proper service delivery, the right diagnosis, right treatment. Doctors that are not well learned in that field should not be allowed to work in that field. You are dealing with human life. Yes, mistake can happen, but we should be careful. It is not something that should repeat itself. You know, when you begin to have 3 to 5 persons that keep complaining about the same thing, I think such person should be cut off. Am I speaking your mind? Yes. Some hospitals will be like, that doctor gave me the wrong drug. The doctor made mistake and all this and that happened. Yes, mistake can happen, but if it keep repeating itself, I think the directors in that healthcare organization should do the needful, because we are dealing with human life here. So the right treatment, the right diagnosis, and the right prevention. As healthcare provider, you should be able to tell your patients the necessary things they are meant to do to avoid the same illness. Don't just give them drugs. Don't just pack drugs for them. Pharmacists, don't just prescribe drugs. Don't just pack drugs for your patients. Inform them. Make them informed. Educate them on the right prevention so that such thing will not repeat itself. And if you have been informed, please start doing the needful. Don't have strong head. You know, I saw a reels online recently that says that ulcer people have strong head. And this is what I'm saying. Doctor tell them, don't take peppery food, don't take, too much spicy food, don't take this, don't take that. But it is that thing you tell them not to take. That is what they want to take. Even diabetes patients, don't take sugary things, don't do this, don't do that. It's not that you don't have the information, but because you just want to do things at your... I'm not saying God will not heal you, but you should not take the grace of God for granted if you are a believer. There are some sicknesses that are not spiritual attack. They are caused because of our own action. And if we want to stop it, if you really want to heal, you have to take to all this information and do the needful. Prevention is very important. for healthcare organization, their service delivery, I mentioned diagnosis, treatment, and prevention. How about their policy and implementation as well? This is another crucial aspect that shape the healthcare system, in the sense that who gets the care, what care is provided, and what are the resources that will be used. Don't say because you want to manage staff and say somebody who is a dentist should also treat somebody who is having eye problem. I know that they will have idea, that one is sure, isn't it?
Yes,
but they have their own field. Healthcare organization don't manage what you have. If you know you want to focus on dentists, if you know you want to focus on any aspect, just make sure you are focused. And you know, there are different ways you treat infants, isn't it? I mean small children, babies, compared to adults, right? These are examples of what I'm talking about. Who gets the care? How are we going to care for them? What are the resources we are going to use? Don't admit people when you know that you don't have the right resource to take care of them. Healthcare organization, we also have a role to play as well. Then disease prevention and control. Talk about immunization program. I feel like hospitals in Nigeria should not just be particular about treating people alone. You can educate your patients. Just have a day and say, okay, those people that are having a problem, you can come this particular day. We want to have education program for you. We want to sensitize you on this and that. All of those things can be of help as well. And carry out immunization programs. Give out free vaccines that can help people, that can sustain people's life. I've talked about health education and promotion. Yes, it's also the responsibility of health organizations, NGOs, and government agencies. Research and information. Medical research. New treatments. We know that some drugs are not effective again. Yes, which is as a result of human usage. But government agencies, government should encourage new research, medical research. They should provide funds for it. New treatments. What can we do to cure this particular disease? Science can make research. They can, do a lot of things that will help them to arrive at new things. That is if they have the right resources and the right facilities. How about workforce development? This is also their responsibility. A tired and an underpaid healthcare provider will not be willing to work, isn't it? Just imagine you have been working without salary for months. You are even in debt. And somebody is crying and saying, my stomach is paining me. Maybe the person you are owing money just hung up the call with you. You are thinking on how you are going to settle that debt. The joy to even work will not be there unless such person have special grace and a special kind of empathy to care for patients. And government organizations should encourage people studying these medical professional courses. They should make provision for their training so that we will have enough workers in that field, such that we will have enough hands to work in that field. Now, I believe you understand the roles of individuals. You understand the roles of health organization in healthcare system, right? I've lost my audience, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now, let's talk about the intersection where individuals and organization meet. This is why the two is very important, because if there is no human, there is no hospital, right? Now, let's say for instance, there is vaccination program, and people lock their door and say, we are not going to go out to take this vaccine. How do we want healthcare system to be better? Do you understand it now? Or let's say for example now, people are not feeling fine, people are going through one medical condition or the other, and they go to the hospital is closed. How are we going to have a better healthcare system? So we both need ourselves. These health organizations, like I've mentioned, the hospital, the clinic, the pharmacy, the NGO, non-governmental organizations that deals with the health sector, the government agencies, and we humans, you people, myself, the community, we both work hand in hand to make the health sector, to make the healthcare system a very good one. Now, I know that there are challenges that actually affect the healthcare system. Even if you are playing your own role effectively, there are challenges that may affect or that is affecting the healthcare system. Limited funding. Some people might actually have the right attitude to work. They may have the right mindset. They may have the right energy. But what if there is no funding? What if they are just managing what they have? So this is one of the challenges that healthcare system are facing. Poor infrastructure, inequity in access. Now, poor infrastructure in the sense that, you know, there are limited spaces for them to admit patients. There are no right equipment for diagnosis. It will definitely affect the healthcare system. And inequity in access, because this person is not this, because these people are not that, you will not want to attend to them. Even cultural barrier, workforce shortage, and misinformation. Now, let me explain this aspect. Do you know that misinformation spread faster than diseases? And some people are going about with the myth that they have been forcefully believe. They have been like they have come across while they are growing up. Let me give us example. I don't know if you are familiar with this saying that when you spit on the floor and somebody match it, it's going to cause sore throat. Who confuse you people? It is not true. How will, because I spit on the floor and somebody match it and my throat is paining me? It is wrong. It is myth. It is not fact. The causes of sore throat is microorganism, which is strep throat, a family of the streptococcus. That is it. And I was having a conversation just yesterday with somebody, and we were discussing this myth like that. She also shared one myth that she was made to believe while she was growing up. Do you know what? This is even very funny. She said that she was made to believe that you can't sweep your room at night. That even if you sweep it, you should not pack it. That you should not discard the desk just because of some facts that are not true. No. And we are talking about personal. Let's say that you even went somewhere and you are late and you could not clean your room before bedtime, before evening, or maybe while you are in your room, something happened and something spilled on the floor, something fall on the floor and it scatters something and the room is dirty. So you will sleep like that and say, there is a law that says you should not sweep at night. No. We should not believe some of this information that are not true, misinformation. And some people, there was a time that there is one vaccine like that we are told to collect. Some people are be like, don't collect it, it's killing people. And you, because of misinformation, deprive yourself of something that is beneficial to your health. If you are in that category of spreading misinformation, stop it, because it's affecting public health. Let's be careful. Misinformation spread faster even than disease. Now, how can we build stronger healthcare system? We've talked about our role, we've talked about the intersection, we've talked about the challenges, but now there should be a solution, right? The first thing is for individuals, just like I've explained, taking responsibility for your own health. You should take responsibility. Change your habits. Change your habits. Take responsibility. Eat well. Eat vegetables. Eat nutritious food. You don't need to be a millionaire before you start eating healthy. How much are they selling vegetables in the market? But yet that same money you prefer to use it to buy soda. That same money you prefer to buy something that is not beneficial to your health and is killing you. Take responsibility. Sleep. Sleep is not for lazy people. If you are feeling somehow during the day, you can take a nap. Sleep when you need to sleep. Drink enough water. And again, working with the right set of people can actually affect you, because influence can change us. When you are working with people that believe that healthy lifestyle is not good, you will definitely inculcate that habit as well. You are working with people that take alcohol. It is their food, morning, afternoon and night. One day they will give you a glass to take as well, and just like that, that is how you begin your own journey of alcohol taking. If you are working with such set of people, detach from them. If you are working with people that believe that eating fruit is just for rich people, you will have that mindset as well. Go to the market. Get yourself good vegetables, good fruits. Have a colorful plate, not just the regular rice and stew. It is boring. I know that you are not rich yet, but you can be creative. Just little things like that. Take responsibility for your health. Stay informed as well. And seek early care at the right time. Support community health efforts as well. Seek early care at the right time. Don't wait until that symptoms escalate. Don't wait until you can't handle the whole situation. That is, in fact, do you know that some people, they will not still open up, they will not still do the right thing until somebody catch them in that act. Let's say a family setting, for instance, the first child, because the first child did not want to disturb the parents because of the burdens and responsibility, and you are hiding in pain, you are suffering in pain because mommy and daddy have shouted, there is no money, there is no money, and you are in pain until maybe your younger ones meet you in that pain. And sometimes it is always too late. And parents, let us learn to use the right word when we are speaking to our children. I know that sometimes it can be frustrating, right? But don't tell your children that, are you the only one I will be spending money on? it will discourage that child from opening up the next time if the child is having a particular health issues. Because you feel like the child has malaria today, the next month typhoid, and the next time he or she has been diagnosed of ulcer again, and because you have been spending on drugs. Healing is possible if you do the right thing, if you embrace the child and you follow the right procedures. Healing is possible. Another aspect is for the organizations. They should improve access and affordability. Hospital bills should not be expensive. I know this is another aspect that is killing us today, and that is why some people are taking decisions into their own hands because they don't want to spend on medical bills. They prefer to take local herbs, and these local herbs, these local concoctions are not well prepared, and these are the things that are killing us today. I know things are expensive, things are not in the right shape, but let it be affordable. And we should invest in health education. People in public health, don't just sit down. Go out there, sensitize people. You don't need to have a big crowd. Your online audience, your WhatsApp status, your social media. You can go to secondary schools nearby your environment. Just 30-minute discussion with them can go a long way. And strengthen infrastructures. Build trust with communities. Don't do the wrong thing today and expect the community to believe you tomorrow. It does not work that way. Now, what is the future of health system? We should encourage digital health in such a way that when we have issues that are very serious, you don't need to travel to a long distance before you can get the right health care. Just with your device, you can get the right health care like that. And the other thing you will have to do is just to complete it in the hospital. Thank God for some individuals, some organizations that are already investing in the digital health telemedicine lately. And community-based care should be very important. Like, we should take it serious. Preventive health care. Let each community, let them strengthen their primary health care center. You don't need to travel to a general hospital before you get the right health care. The primary health center should be well built with the right infrastructure such that it can take care of the citizen in that community. If you are rich, you can donate materials to such healthcare organization. Some primary healthcare today does not even have generator, and they